All right, we're back here now at the King Center for tonight's basketball action. I'm Joy Scruggs bringing you the play-by-play, and alongside me for the first time this season, and ever for that matter, is doing the color is, I'll let her introduce herself.
Ann Crutchfield.
Ann Crutchfield, the athletic director at Emory and Henry, former women's basketball coach, and current Emory and Henry Sports Hall of Fame member. She will give you the starting lineup for the Hampton-Sydney Tigers.
Starting at guard, a 6'2" sophomore from Virginia Beach, Virginia, number 2, Chase Turner. A 6'6" freshman from Ashburn, Virginia, number 20, Josiah Hardy. A 5'10" freshman from Mooresville, North Carolina, Adam Brazel. Starting in the middles, a 6'8" freshman from Mount Pleasant, South Carolina, number 33, Chase Cannon. And to round out the starting lineup for Hampton-Sydney, a 6'6" senior from Ruckersville, Virginia, Jake Hahn.
For the homestanding Wasps to enter the game with a record of 0-1, having missed 3 games in the schedule earlier this season, is the Emory and Henry Wasps. Starting at guard, a 6'5" junior transfer from Walters State Community College from Kingsport, Tennessee, number 1, Tyler Arnold. Starting at guard, a 5'11" freshman from Mount Pleasant, South Carolina, who led the state of South Carolina last year in high school in assists, number 5, Patrick Antonelli. A 6'2" junior guard from Simpsonville, South Carolina, who started all 26 games last season for the Wasps and had 15 games in which he scored in double figures, number 11, Micah Banks. A 6'8" junior from Teresa, North Carolina, a freshman, averaging 10 points and shooting 62.5 field goal percentage, number 20, Liam Bonk. And returning for the Wasps after injury took away his season last year, a 6'4" senior guard from Kansas City, Kansas, averaging 17 points a game, 10 rebounds, and shooting 3 of 5 from 3, number 25, Robert Holliday, Jr. Emory and Henry is coached by Ben Thompson in his second year, and his assistants are Matt Spencer and his father, Rick Thompson. Emory and Henry is wearing white uniforms with navy numerals, Hampton-Sydney and maroon with gray numerals. Emory and Henry controls the tap. Antonelli dribbles right-hand wing, passes over to Arnold. Arnold back up to Banks with it at the top. Banks to Antonelli on the right-hand wing. Now to Arnold. Arnold keeps looking inside, can't get it there. Dribbles back to the top, hand off to Antonelli. 12 on the shot clock. Bonk comes up, sets a ball screen, gets it down low, back out to Antonelli. The 3 by Antonelli, rims out. Rebound tipped around and controlled by Emory and Henry. Back out to Antonelli. He penetrates, kicks it out on the left-hand wing to Arnold. Arnold spins. Floater up, no good. Rebound, battled for. Emory and Henry can't get control, and away with it comes Hampton-Sydney. Pass ahead, and now set back up at the top is Brazel. Brazel, step out by a post player, Cannon. He gets it at top. Now another step out by Hahn. Hahn gets the back screen to Brazel. Only Emory and Henry's able to break that up. That's Micah Banks on defense. It breaks up that pass on the back screen, and the foul's going to be on Hampton-Sydney.
Micah Banks fell hard on that play, but you could tell he was very well prepared for today's game plan, ready for that back screen.
And that foul's going to be on Cannon. That's his first, team first. Antonelli brings it up for the Wasps. Antonelli hands off at high post to Holliday Jr. There's a scramble on the floor for it. Emory and Henry comes away with it. Banks takes it up, lays it off the glass, and good for Emory and Henry. Leads 2-0.
Great hustle by the Emory and Henry team there to pick up that loose ball and put it in the bucket.
So dribble over the right-hand wing. Turner now back to Brazel. Brazel dribbles off the ball screen, goes baseline, doesn't have it. Kicks up top to Hahn. Hahn dumps it down left-hand baseline, and that shot is good. Who is that? Hardy? Yeah.
Josiah Hardy with the 3 from the corner.
Antonelli goes off the ball screen. Gives it over to Holiday Jr. Holiday kicks it out. Banks with the three-point attempt from the left baseline is good. Emory and Henry lead 5-2.
That's a good sign for Emory and Henry because Michael Banks is the spark plug for this club.
Emory and Henry defense causing some problems for Hampton-Sydney, just controlling the ball. Brazel with it now up top, goes off the ball screen. That's going to be an illegal screen on Cannon for the Tigers. That's their second team foul.
This is a good start for the Emory and Henry Wasp in their game earlier this week against Roanoke. They were a little slow coming out of the gate, but they look like they have that spark lit tonight.
And Hubbard comes in for the Tigers. Ball inbound. Antonelli walks it up. Hampton-Sydney playing half-court man-to-man. Skip across to Arnold, left-hand wing. Bonk with the ball outside. Holiday comes up, sets the ball screen, nothing there. Back up to Arnold. Arnold over to Holiday. Holiday looks down low to Bonk. That pass is deflected away by Hahn.
It's a good look inside to the big guy, number 20.
12 on the shot clock. Emory and Henry with the ball underneath their basket. Inbounds to Bonk. Hand off to Antonelli as he comes inbounds. Holiday Jr. is going to take the three and make the three. 8-2 now as Emory and Henry lead. Hampton-Sydney dribbles up, sets up the offense. Ball on the left-hand wing, dribbles around, dumps down on the roll. Can't get anything there. Ball batted away. Picked up by Antonelli.
Great hustle by Antonelli.
Comes down in traffic behind the back to Bonk, showing off why he was one of the reasons why he led the state of South Carolina in assists last year. Up top to Hubbard. Now over to Turner. Turner finds Hardy at the top. Hardy hands back off to Turner. Down low to Hahn. Hahn looks like he wants to work against Bonk. Faces up. Puts it up. It's deflected by Bonk, but that's going to be a foul called on Bonk.
That's Bonk's first for the big guy inside.
So Emory and Henry leads this now 10-2 with 16:25 remaining in the first half.
Again, the Emory and Henry Wasp came out of the gate ready to play today. Their defense is swarming like you would expect from a team from Emory and Henry. We look forward to seeing what the rest of the half is going to look like. If this momentum keeps up, this could be a good night for Emory and Henry.
Hahn's first shot is up and no good. Emory and Henry at a disadvantage experience-wise, and the second shot is good just because they missed those first three games. So this is their second game. This is Hampton-Sydney's fifth game. Hampton-Sydney now picks up full court man-to-man. Antonelli gets it to Holiday. Holiday takes it the length of the floor. Hits Arnold on the outside. That three's no good. Banks tries to battle for the rebound, but it goes out of bounds off of Banks. 16-11. Emory and Henry's lead is 10-3.
Entering the game now for Emory and Henry, number 3, DJ Wright. He comes in for Chase Turner.
And for Emory and Henry, that's Malcolm Morgan entered the lineup, if I'm not mistaken. Hampton-Sydney dribbles over left-hand wing, hand off to Hardy. Hardy tries to work one-on-one, puts up the floater, and that one floats right down into the basket. 10-5 now, Emory and Henry's lead. Antonelli passes ahead to Arnold. Arnold's going to take that shot and make that shot. Great three-point attempt by Arnold. Hampton-Sydney on the pass ahead in transition, gets it down low to Hubbard. Hubbard puts it up, scores it, and draws the foul.
The foul was on number 4, Malcolm Morgan. I'm sorry, that foul was on number 25, Robert Holiday Jr. It's team foul number 2.
So Robert Holiday Jr. played 8 games last year, and the first shot by Hubbard is up and good. Had an injury, was able to get a medical red shirt, so he gets to play this season, even though he was a senior last year. In for Emory and Henry is Kevin Rodriguez, replacing Antonelli, if I'm correct.
That's correct, and Hampton-Sydney brings in Ryan Clements to sub for Josiah Hardy.
Second shot by Hubbard's no good. Rebound, pass ahead, and Bonk just got it stripped away by Hampton-Sydney. Wright brings it up for Sidney, goes all the way to the rim and lays it up and in. Nobody's got in between him and the basket. So Rodriguez brings it up for Emory and Henry. Holiday Jr. attacks, floater, no good, battle for, and the much smaller Rodriguez comes out with it. And as he kicks it out to Arnold, it goes off of nobody. And that will be Hampton-Sydney ball.
Entering the game for Emory and Henry, number 22, Jack Wyatt. He comes in for number 41, Jake Hahn. Also entering the game for Emory and Henry, number 42, Dylan Catron, who's a favorite on the Emory and Henry campus. He's a native of Chilhowie, just about 10 miles up the road.
And that was 22 Wyatt in for the Tigers. That ball's up, no good. Rebound by Wyatt, that's no good. Battle for and come out with Holiday Jr. pass ahead to Arnold. And that layup in transition is good by Arnold. 15-8 is Emory and Henry's lead, 14:45 remaining in the first half. Handoff by the Tigers to Wright. Wright dribbles around, thinks about taking it all the way in, picks up his dribble, stops, passes across the bottom of the baseline. That little baby hook by Hubbard is good. 15-10 Emory and Henry lead. Kevin Rodriguez takes it all the way. Little layup semi-reverse is good. 17-10 Emory and Henry's lead. Hampton-Sydney dribbled into the paint, picked up their dribble, got in trouble, and Dylan Catron came out with it. Arnold passes ahead to Morgan. Morgan back to Catron at the three-point line, thought about it, didn't. Morgan should have thought about it a little bit more as his feet got ahead of the dribble as he traveled there.
Emory and Henry missed a great opportunity right there with number 3, DJ Wright, was matched up against Dylan Catron on the offensive end. We failed to take advantage of the mismatch.
Ball on the wing for Sidney. Dribbles around, tries to feed it down low. Went between the legs of Wyatt and couldn't be saved by a teammate, Emory and Henry. Emory and Henry ball on their end line. So with timeout here on the floor, Emory and Henry with 13:52 remaining, Emory and Henry leads the visiting Tigers 17-10.
Emory and Henry basketball is brought to you by Highlands Union Bank, which is now First Community Bank. First Community Bank thrives on building relationships with businesses and individuals as we shoot for a better tomorrow. We are a proud supporter of the Emory and Henry College Wasp and the communities we all serve together. First Community Bank, member FDIC. Emory and Henry basketball is also brought to you by Food Country USA, the food specialist since 1914. Locally owned and operated, Food Country is a proud supporter of Emory and Henry College.
Well, if you're looking for a fun game, this has been a fun game so far. Emory and Henry shooting 63% and the Tigers at 67%. So it's not been a game of miscues at this point.
No, it's certainly not, and the fast pace lends itself to a high-scoring game. But right now, not a lot of mid-range action going on. It's either layups in transition or threes from dribble penetration and kicked out.
So Emory and Henry returns, has 14 players on their roster. 6 newcomers fill in that with the 8 returners from last year's squad. On the floor now for Emory and Henry is number 4, Morgan, number 10, Keene. Sorry, I'm going to have to stop doing that. Rodriguez with the ball up top, gets the ball screened by Catron, doesn't take it, gives it to Banks. Banks dribbles over, gives it to Catron, thinks about the 3, doesn't take it. Banks goes off a ball screen by Catron, now gives it back to Catron on the step out to Rodriguez. Rodriguez takes it all the way Morgan takes it all the way to the rim, lays it up left and good. 19-10, Emory and Henry leads. Brazel with the ball up top, being pestered by Emory and Henry's defense. Emory and Henry playing half-court man-to-man the whole way so far this game, and Morgan just rides his man just a little too much and will get called for the hand check.
Morgan played hard on that defensive play, but I'm really excited to see the intensity by the defense in this man-to-man that Emory Henry's playing. It's seems to be causing Hampton-Sydney some problems.
19-10 Emory and Henry lead. Hampton-Sydney with the ball, 13-13 remaining in this first half. Hahn with the ball up top, hands it off to Clements. Now ball screen up top. Clements doesn't take it, dribbles left, tries to do a jump stop and fake, and gets called for the travel. Rodriguez brings the ball up for Emory and Henry. Ball screen across the baseline. Now ball to Banks on the right-hand wing. Screen by Keene from Grundy. Keene on the step out. Tries to take it in. Spin move. Floater. No good by Keene. Rebound came away with by Hardy for Hampton-Sydney. Back up top to Brazel. Hand off to Hahn. Hahn takes it inside, kicks it off. And as Hardy attacks the basket, he draws the foul.
Fouls on Dylan Catron. That would be his first. It's team foul number 3 for Emory and Henry. At the line, number 20, Josiah Hardy.
Hardy averages 7 points a game. That rebound's no good. Tipped out, and Hardy comes away with it, takes it in, and lays it in. 19-14, Hampton-Sydney has sliced into Emory and Henry's lead with 12:20 remaining in the first half. Keene tries to make a pass across against pressure, and it's taken away by Hampton-Sydney and deflected out of bounds. So Hampton-Sydney with a little full court pressure, well, not really full court, maybe three-quarter court, wouldn't you say, Coach?
Definitely three-quarter, but it doesn't look like Emory and Henry was quite ready for that.
No, they didn't meet that pass. A lazy cross-court pass there got picked off. Now Rodriguez brings it up for Emory and Henry. Crossing action down at the baseline. Looking for somebody on the wing. Gives it to Banks on the right-hand wing. Banks goes off a ball screen by Catron. Now kicks it out to Rodriguez. His three's no good, and Hampton-Sydney's comes away with the rebound. That's Brazel gives it up to Turner. Back out to Brazel. Brazel's three's no good. Rebounds raked in by Morgan. Morgan gives it to Catron. Now to Banks. Banks takes it all the way to the rim, lays it off, no good.
Good rebound by Keene.
Keene, the freshman from Grundy, got the rebound but couldn't control it. Ball out of bounds will go on the inline.
Even
the Tigers.
Even though that was a turnover, that's the kind of hustle you want to see on the floor. Good job by Keene trying to crash the boards there.
So Brazel with the ball up top. He gets it deflected away. Catron with it in transition. Not necessarily who you want dribbling the ball. At least from a couple of old coaches, I'd say we typically don't want the post players dribbling the ball in transition, and he proved our point there.
Absolutely.
Took an extra step. Well, he did the right thing by not continuing on against the 1-on-4 matchup he had in transition. 19-14, Emory and Henry still with the 5-point lead, 11-12. Sydney passes around the baseline now, the perimeter now gets it down low to Hahn. He's their everything guy on the left block. He lays it up and in. 19-16, Emory and Henry's lead now 3, 10:57 remaining. Banks with the ball up top. Screen down, guard action coming out to the wing. Rodriguez with the ball, goes off a ball screen, tries to give it back out to Bonk. He gets it deflected away by Hampton-Sydney. In transition, a pass ahead to Turner. He had to chase that one down, and now Hubbard just dribbles through the middle of the lane. Hahn with the ball up top, dribbles to the right-hand wing, hand off to Hardy, now swing across the perimeter. Oh gosh, he went up and down. So in an effort to penetrate with the ball, Turner dribbles in, goes up, thinks he's going to find somebody to pass it to, doesn't, ends up coming down with it.
Yes, as an old coach, that's another one of those things that drives coaches crazy when athletes leave their feet to try to make a pass.
The jump pass was one of my favorites, and my coach did not appreciate it as much as I did. Now with the ball for Emory and Henry, I think Antonelli's back in the lineup. Hands it to Holiday. Holiday doesn't have anything. Gets it inside the bonk. He tries to make a move. Kicks it out to Antonelli. Antonelli tries to penetrate. Nothing there. In the corner to Morgan. Skips over to Bank on the left-hand wing, and he drains the three. Man, that was great. 22-16. Emory-Henry stretches back out to a 6-point lead, 9:47. Hampton-Sydney pass around the perimeter. Now Hahn takes it, goes inside, guarded by three people, draws the foul. And Emory-Henry was hoping they'd call a walk there. At least Micah Banks was, because he jumped up and down 3 times.
I tell you, Micah Banks is so much fun to watch. I mean, he plays both ends of the floor. He goes 100% all the time. And no surprise that when he comes in, re-enters back into the game, that it brings a spark to the Emory-Henry Wasps.
He makes it look so fun and easy, doesn't he?
He just, he's a young man that every day he just enjoys coming to the gym. You never see him without a smile on his face. And even on those days when practices get a little long, Micah brings the same level of energy every day.
So Hahn's first shot is up and good. Hahn's a 75% free throw shooter. Maybe that announcer jinx thing will work and he'll miss. No, it didn't. 22-18. Emory-Henry's lead is now 4. 9:40 remaining in the first half. Emory-Henry is facing full court pressure now from the Tigers. Get the ball inside to Holiday. Holiday just sends everybody on their way. It's just man-to-man full court pressure. Holiday takes it left, gets guarded by 2 people, puts it off the glass, can't get it to fall. Holiday's made some good moves, can't get the shot to drop. In transition, Hampton-Sydney kicks it out to Turner. Turner, one dribble pull-up, no good. Rebound by Keene for Emory-Henry. Gives it up to Banks. Banks goes inside, had 4 defenders, decides against it. Good decision. Kicks it back to the trailing Keene. No good. Rebound by Turner for the Tigers. Up ahead to Wright. Wright crosses over Antonelli, puts up the jumper, and it's good. 22-20. Antonelli throws the ball in against this Hampton-Sydney full court pressure. Banks dribbles around, gets a ball screen by Bonk, doesn't take it, tries to find a back cutter, hoping that Arnold's going to cut back door, and miscommunication there. The ball goes out of bounds. In fact, goes into the trash can.
Entering the game now, number 0 for Hampton-Sydney College, Ryan Clements.
So a timeout on the floor. Emory-Henry holding on to a 2-point lead with 8:41 remaining in this first half.
Right now, Emory-Henry is being led by number 11, Micah Banks, who has 8 points in the game so far. On the other end of the court, Josiah Hardy is now with 8 points as well.
You know, Emory-Henry had their opener on Tuesday night at Roanoke. And, again, they're kind of behind the 8 ball because everybody else has played more games than they have. But they had 10 players that played at least 10 minutes or more. 11 players scored and 10 players with at least 1 rebound. But there's nothing like experience, and Emory-Henry is playing like they've played more games tonight. I'm really pleased by the improvement from game 1 to game 2 in tonight's action. Bringing the ball up for the Tigers is Wright. Wright dribbles left, handoff, back, tries to get it down low to Hahn. They do, and that's going to be a foul on Robert Holiday.
Holiday's second foul.
And Emory-Henry's 6th foul. Emory-Henry looks like they're set up in a 2-3 out of bounds here. Yep. Get the ball in bounds to Hahn. He picks up his dribble, kicks it out to Turner. That 3 on the way is no good. Battle for the rebound, tipped around and comes up to Sydney. Wright with the ball, gives it up to Hardy. Back to Wright on the right-hand wing. Wright kicks out. Oh, I thought he walked. Kicks it outside on the left-hand wing. Can't get anything. Gives it back to him. Penetrate. A good defense by Antonelli. That jumper's no good. Holiday battles for the rebound. Comes out with it. Now we're going to call something.
A great defensive possession by Emory-Henry and great pressure by Antonelli over there in the corner to force the bad pass and the turnover. Entering back into the game for Hampton City's number 22, Jack Wyatt, and number 42 for Emory and Henry, Dylan Catron.
Hampton-Sydney half-court man-to-man. Antonelli brings it up after that turnover. Ball screen by Keene. And Antonelli loses it. A little bit of pressure, and Antonelli, it got deflected, and then it went off his leg out of bounds. 22-20 is Emory and Henry's 2-point lead with under 8 minutes remaining in this first half. Ball on the right-hand wing to Clements. Clements goes opposite the ball screen, dribbles in the middle of the lane, turnaround jumper is good over Arnold. Then we're tied up here. The inbounds pass was almost picked off by Sydney. And Banks sets up the offense for Emory and Henry. Catron slips the ball screen. Banks tries to go inside, gets it to Arnold in the left-hand baseline. Arnold tries to make a move, spin move, ball up off the glass, no good. Bonk tries to tip it around, and Sydney comes away with the rebound. Wright with the ball, brings it up. Off the ball screen, gets in the lane, picks it up, kicks it back out to Wyatt. Wyatt's three-point attempt, no good. And on the floor, there's going to be a foul called on Emory and Henry on the rebound.
Foul zone number 10, Corey Keene.
So Emory and Henry's 7th team foul. Correct me now, we shoot 1-1 in the men, correct?
That's correct.
Phew! If we could get one set of basketball rules for the whole world, that would be great. And if they'd be the ones that I knew, it would be even better.
That's right. We were supposed to have additional rule changes this year with the three-point line, but those have been postponed for a year.
Well, we got the three-point line on the floor. We're just not using it. Is that right?
I think that's right.
So Hahn's first shot is up and good and gives Hampton-Sydney their first lead since it was like 2-0 or something, I think. DJ Wright from Hampton-Sydney has an extremely quick first step and has really helped close the gap for Hampton-Sydney right now to take the lead. So full court pressure, he makes that second shot, so a 2-point lead for the Tigers. Keene gets the ball across, handoff to Antonelli. Ball screen by Catron comes up. Antonelli looks to attack, kicks it in the corner to Arnold. Arnold's three-point attempt's no good, but Bonk is there for the stick back. That's a great effort by well, that's not Bonk, that's Keene. Keene's a great effort by him, like you said before, Coach, to come flying in from nowhere. And as he tried to lay it in, he gets fouled. So Keene will have a chance to go to the line to shoot 2 after we come back from timeout. Emory and Henry trails with 6:43 remaining, 22-24. You know, while we have this timeout, I think it's a great time, Coach, to talk about Coach Ben Thompson and what he's doing with the program here just in his second year. Last year, Coach Thompson set the record for first-year coaches at Emory and Henry. And even though he has a very young team, you can certainly tell the young men are well coached, a lot of depth on this team. Not a lot of experience, but a lot of depth. And you can see that Coach Thompson's passion has definitely translated to his team. Well, and he'd probably tell you that the biggest addition to the roster from last year to this year is he and his wife had their first child. That's right. Joshua Patrick Thompson was born this past summer, so big addition there. In fact, he made national television last year when he revealed that he was going to be a daddy in practice one day. And I think he made it on the Today Show and some other things like that. So that's a big addition in his life. But you're right, a lot of good things happening with the men's basketball program from last year to this year. You know, it's a really interesting story that Coach Thompson has his father, Rick, as one of his assistants. Rick was a highly successful high school basketball coach here in Southwest Virginia for a long time. And, you know, it's great to see a father and son working together like that. Both have a passion for basketball, so it's a really neat opportunity for them. First shot up by Keene is good. And the second shot by Keene is also good. So it ties it up here at 24 with 6:43 remaining. Sidney brings the ball up facing half court man-to-man. Kick out. And that three-point attempt is no good. Antonelli with it, brings it up, gives it to Banks on the right-hand wing. Ball screen by Ketron, step out by Ketron, swing across to Antonelli at the top. Looks for Keene. Antonelli slices inside, tries to get it to him. Can't get around the defender. Ball goes out of bounds.
That was a good look. Keene was certainly open down there, but just wasn't able to connect.
Sidney sets up offense. Wright takes the three-point shot and drains it. Now with a three-point lead, Emory and Henry trails 24-27 to Hampton-Sydney. Full court man-to-man pressure, just kind of backs up once they don't have much success there. Banks with the ball up top. Ketron comes out, slips the ball screen, pass around the perimeter. Antonelli now with it in the right baseline. He penetrates, draws two defenders, kicks it out to Keene. Keene's floater is good. Great attack by Keene.
Yeah, that was a really strong move by the freshman.
26-27, Emory and Henry trails. Ball over to left-hand wing to Wright. He looks inside at Wyatt. Can't get it in there. Wyatt steps out, sets a ball screen. Oh, I thought he walked. For Clements. Clements goes up and down, and somewhere in there, the floater goes in. 26-29, Emory and Henry trails with 5:18 remaining. Antonelli for the Wasps sets up the offense, penetrates almost to the rim, and then kicks it out to Keene. Keene's three in the left from the left-hand baseline won't fall. Pass ahead to the left wing for the Tigers, all the way to the top, gives it to Wyatt. Wyatt tries to penetrate and gets his shot blocked. So possession error favors the Tigers. They'll have the ball underneath their basket with 20 seconds remaining on the shot clock with the three-point advantage, 26-29. You have timeout on the floor. Somebody came in for Emory and Henry. That would be Malcolm Morgan came in for the Wasps.
That's right, Malcolm Morgan.
So we have 4:57 remaining. Emory and Henry trails 26-29, and the Tigers have the ball out underneath their basket when we come back from timeout. So the Torrid shooting has cooled off just a little bit. Emory and Henry now shooting 45%. The Tigers at 55%, so nobody's in the 60% like they were before.
No, and Emory and Henry's 4 of 10 from behind the arc. Hampton-Sydney is getting all their points inside the paint. They're just 1 for 5 from three-point line.
So Emory and Henry, I believe, will be in a 2-3 zone on the ball out of bounds. Sidney gets it into the left corner. Now slings it up top to Hardy. Over to Clements. Clements goes off the ball screen, gives it to Wyatt. Wyatt's shot's no good. And as Wyatt tries to go up with it again, Dylan Ketron's going to be called for the foul.
I don't think Ketron was really happy with the call there. I think he believes he had all ball, but it seemed like he got him with the body just a little.
It did look a lot like all ball. 4:26 remaining in this first half. Wyatt's shot is no good on the first one.
Entering the game for Emory and Henry, number 13, Jake Martin, and number 41 for Hampton-Sydney, Jake Hahn, back in the game.
So Jack Wyatt will get a second shot at it. The second shot is up and good, and stretches out the Sydney lead to 4, their biggest lead of this game. Martin had a hard time finding somebody to get it into. Gets it into Antonelli. He dribbles the length of the floor. He lays it in off the left. Is no good. And there's Keene again with the rebound. He puts it up. Can't get it to fall. And Wyatt comes away with it for the Tigers. Clements goes all the way in. And it was obvious he wasn't going to stop. And Keene was there to take the charge, wasn't it, Keene?
It was Keene. Keene showing a lot of great hustle on both ends of the floor right now with the rebound in the previous play and then the charge on the last play.
4:29 remaining in this half. Emory and Henry trails 26-30 as we're wiping up some residue on the floor.
Entering the game for Emory and Henry, number 12, Anthony Williams, a junior guard from Lynchburg, Virginia. Anthony was really critical in the success of the team last year.
Oh, great transition. But when Keene went to put it up in the transition, he got swatted away. 3-point attempt, no good by, I think that was Turner. No, that was Wright. And then transition, Jake Martin lays it up and in. Emory and Henry slices it to 2-point deficit, 28-30, 4 minutes remaining.
It was a good look down the floor there by Rodriguez.
So Clements brings it up. 1-4 high set for the Tigers. Hardy, 2-dribble pull up, no good. Rebound, Keene gives it up to Morgan. Morgan brings it up, gives it to Williams. Williams on the left-hand wing, 3, no good. Rebound, battled for. And because he battled for it, the foul's going to be called against Hampton-Sydney because Rodriguez was in there battling for the rebound. That's 16 fouls on the Tigers. So a fresh 30-second shot clock. Emory and Henry gets the ball on their baseline, trailing by 2. Ball inbound to Keene. Keene just, oh, man. Okay. I thought they were going to call him for a walk. I thought, oh, man.
We need a little NBA continuation on that one, Coach.
Yeah, exactly. So they got the ball inbounds to Keene. It looked like he was going to pass it back out, and he just made a little spin move around his defender and drew the foul. 3:39 remaining first half. Emory and Henry trails 28-30. Keene with 2 shots at it, a chance to tie this game up.
You know, Keene doing exactly what a coach likes to see when you bring in a player off the bench, is to come in and make a difference in the game, and he's certainly doing that.
So he missed the first one. Hampton-Sydney gets it now, and Hahn takes it in, left block, can't have anything, so tosses it out to Hardy, gives it back to Brazel. Now Hahn with it on the outside, takes the 3-point shot, no good, and there's Keene again for the rebound. Keene to Morgan. Morgan up top, penetrates, draws 4 defenders, tries to take it up, gets it blocked out of bounds, and it goes off of him. I thought he had enough space around those defenders to be able to get that shot up, even though typically 1-on-4 is not the attack you want.
Definitely the numbers are not in your favor in that situation.
3 minutes remaining, down by 2. Hampton-Sydney with the ball. Emory and Henry in man-to-man. Ball on the right-hand wing to Brazel. He dribbles around, gives it down low to Hahn. Hahn working against Williams. Kicks it all the way left baseline. That 3-point attempt's no good. But Hampton-Sydney is able to save the ball from out of bounds. And it didn't hit anything, and they reset the shot clock to 20. So now the officials are making that correction. So Sydney will have the ball out underneath their basket. 5 seconds on the shot clock remain. Get the ball all the way out to the top. He loses it. Morgan comes away with it for the Wasps. His reverse layup trickles in. Ties it up. 2:30 remaining. We're knotted at 30. Sydney dribbles up. That's Clements. He goes off the slip screen by Hahn. Now kicks it down low to, oh, I thought he walked, to Harris. Harris back up for the ball screen. Nope, they've kicked it over to the left-hand wing. That's Hardy. Hardy tries to make a go of it. And that little jumper by Brazel is good. Morgan with the ball up ahead. Oh, he gets back tapped away by Hardy. Pass ahead to Clements. Clements makes a move inside, goes against 2 defenders, lays it up and in. Now Hampton-Sydney with a 4-point lead, under 2 minutes. Morgan's going to walk it up against pressure for the Wasps. Williams with the ball up top, gives it over to Martin on the left-hand wing, skip back to Williams on the right-hand wing, out to Morgan at top, to Keene on the left-hand baseline. Keene takes it up, and he gets called for the charge. Well, sometimes when you have those effort players like Keene, you don't always see what's waiting on you.
Right. Keene making a good, strong, aggressive move to the basket, but Hampton-Sydney was just able to beat him to the spot.
So 1:21 remaining. Emory and Henry trails by 4, 30-34.
Back in the game for Emory and Henry, number 42, Dylan Catron. In for Keene.
Keene comes out of the game with 6 rebounds. Brazel, back, handoff, back to Brazel. Brazel dribbles right, kicks it all the way out. Now swing across the front top. Hahn puts up the three-point shot, and good. He goes from posting up low to stepping out and hitting the three. 37-30, Emory and Henry trails with under a minute remaining. Rodriguez with the ball up top on the right-hand wing for the Wasps, looking for a ball screen by Catron. Now gives it to Martin, right baseline. Martin penetrates, gets it out. Oh, and as Martin did that jump pass and kicked it out to Anthony Williams, he's going to get fouled by Hampton-Sydney.
Tell you, Martin's pretty lucky on that call right there. I think they could have very easily went the other way.
Yeah, you know, from this vantage, you see all the things that were wrong with the jump pass that I loved so much when I was a player. Well, when you're 5'3", you got to do something.
I don't remember you being quite so understanding of me when I made those mistakes.
You're a post player. All right, Martin's at the line now. Emory and Henry trails 30-37. First shot up by Martin is good. We're at 40.7 seconds remaining in this half.
You know, Martin from Whitfield, Virginia here, just up the road, is a very good shooter from the outside and has really worked himself into shape here over the last couple of years.
Second shot is good by Martin. 32-37, Emory and Henry trails. Ball up by Hardy. Handoff to Wright. Wright tries to work inside one-on-one, picks up his dribble, puts up a shot. Man, that was a fall away, fade away.
That was.
Lucky. Well, it was good. It went in. 24 seconds remaining. Emory and Henry will hold for one, trailing 32-39. So at the top with the ball is Rodriguez. Well, at the top, he's at the half-court line, basically. 10 on the shot clock, or the game clock. Now it's time to go. He penetrates, hands off. Now back out to Williams. Williams loses the handle. Hampton-Sydney with it, puts it up, and no good at the buzzer. So not exactly the last play you would want to have going into halftime.
No, that's definitely not the way you want to end the half, but Hampton-Sydney goes in with a 7-point lead.
So at the end of one, Emory and Henry trails 32-39. We'll send it back to WEHC for, I think we may have some halftime programming. We had so many technical issues before the game, we didn't have time to really talk about that. But we'll send it back to me with about 3 minutes remaining before the second half, and we will recap the first half stats.
This is probably the most nerve-wracking thing that I do. I'm not sure we're hearing.
Hi, Emory Henry. This is Ann Crutchfield, Director of Athletics at Emory Henry College, and we have with me today Debbie Antonelli, ESPN analyst who has a long history of analyzing NCAA and WNBA basketball games. Debbie, we're super excited to have you today and have you here at Emory Henry and have an opportunity to watch Patrick, your son, play. So what's it like for you being on this side of the microphone?
Well, first of all, Coach Crutchfield, thank you for letting me come into the game today, and thank you for letting me be with you at halftime. This is probably the most nerve-wracking thing that I do. It's much harder to sit and watch your son play than it is to call games on TV, that's for sure.
Yeah, it's definitely, I think, being an old coach, trying to watch my girls play was much harder than being on the sideline, and certainly much more nerve-wracking. So let's talk a little bit about basketball. You had an opportunity to play for one of the most storied coaches in all of basketball. What was it like to get to play for such a wonderful person?
I say this all the time. I mean, I feel like it was an incredible pleasure and privilege to get to play for her. She was such an incredible teacher and shared with us so many things about how you're supposed to conduct your business all the time. And I think everything that I have learned from her, I've used in every role in my life, whether it's being a mom or being a broadcaster or being a wife or just trying to do the right things when nobody's watching. And I think that's something that she really emphasized, and she's just a good person. And you know, you forget that she's a Naismith Basketball Hall of Fame coach because she did so many things, and her legacy is all tied into her foundation.
Right. Well, even folks who are not basketball fans associate Coach Chow with the KL Cancer Fund, and I know you're a member of the board of the directors there, which is something that's very special to women's basketball in particular. What do you see the advantages of the KL Cancer Fund and all the great things that they've been able to help?
Well, I'll tell you what, Coach, if Coach Al was here today, she would be so proud of $7.78 million working in grants in the time that we've had the fund. And I know she would be so proud of the efforts to be able to help improve the lives of people that are battling cancer, all the quality of life issues that you try to deal with and trying to help people survive and fight that disease. And so, you know, I'm just one of a few people that gets to be on the board that gets to share her mission and her vision for moving forward to help people and fight all women's cancers.
Well, the KL Cancer Fund is not the only project that you work with. You work a lot with Special Olympics. So tell us a little bit about your 24-hour free throw marathon that you host.
Yeah, I'm pleased to tell you about that because that's pretty fun. 24 hours of nothing but net is a 24-hour free throw shooting marathon. I make 100 free throws on the top of every hour for 24 hours, and that benefits Special Olympics. So I'm really excited to continue to do that. We've raised over $210,000, and that benefits Special Olympic athletes in South Carolina.
Well, Debbie, thank you so much for taking time to talk with us today. Special Olympics and the KL Cancer Fund are something that's near and dear to my heart personally and to Emory Henry. And thank you for taking time.
Thank you so much. Thank you for having Patrick here.
Thank you.
The Bob Johnson Court in the John Rutledge King Center on the campus of Emory and Henry College at halftime of tonight's men's basketball action. Emory and Henry and the visiting Tigers of Hampton-Sydney. Emory and Henry led for most of the first half, but found themselves down by 7 at halftime. We'll run through some halftime stats here. Both teams started off with a pretty torrid scoring pace, shooting up 60% or better. Have cooled off a little bit. Hampton-Sydney at 51%. Emory and Henry at 41%. Sydney is 2 of 9 from 3. Emory and Henry is 4 of 11. Sydney has gone 7 of 11 from the free throw line. Emory and Henry 4 of 5. 13 turnovers for the Wasps, 10 for the visiting Tigers. And the Tigers have capitalized on 14 points off those turnovers, 12 for the Wasps. Total rebounds, Emory and Henry trails 15 to 19.
Yeah. Because they're going to put it on
We can hear that, sorry. My partner here is picking up her headset and causing all kinds of noise in the background.
Well, that's not the first time I've created trouble around this place, so.
Emory and Henry trails bench points 14 to 19 for the Tigers. Second chance points, the Tigers with 5, Emory and Henry with 2. Points in the paint, Hampton-Sydney with 20, Emory and Henry with 16. Fast break points, Emory and Henry leads 11 to 2. Leading all scorers is Jay Kahn, not a surprise, who averages 17 points a game. No, 14 points a game, sorry. He's with 10 for the Tigers, followed by Wright with 9, Hardy with 8, Clements with 6. For Emory and Henry, Banks leads the way with 8 points, Arnold with 5, Morgan 4, Keene 4 with 6 rebounds, Martin with 4 points, Holiday Jr. with 3 points, 3 rebounds, Rodriguez with 2, Bonk with 2 to round out the, and Patrick Antonelli with 3 assists. So the Tigers will have the ball first to start here in the second half. Emory and Henry looks like they're starting out in the zone, which they are. Hampton-Sydney passes around the perimeter.
I'm sure Coach Thompson looked at those halftime stats to see that Hampton-Sydney is not shooting great from beyond the arc, so move to the zone may be good.
Except for they found a baseline cutter on the weak side and hit him, and now Hampton-Sydney enjoys a 9-point lead. That 2 points by Hardy puts them up by 9. Antonelli brings it up for the Wasps, passes around to Holiday on the top, now gives it up to Banks. Back to Antonelli up top, finds Bonk on the little slip there, and Bonk can't get it to finish. And Hampton-Sydney comes away with the rebound. Pressing in transition, now gives it back out top to Brazel. Brazel's little fall-away shot is good.
And he seems to have that shot down. He's hit a couple of those.
At 5'10", taking it inside, that fall-away was a good shot. Antonelli brings it up for the Wasps, trailing by 11. Ball at the high post to Holiday Jr. One dribble pull-up by Holiday Jr. No good. Nobody there for rebounds except for Sydney. As Brazel brings it up, kicks it out. Now around the perimeter, back to Brazel on the left-hand wing. His fake shot, no good. Rebound. Fought for, stick back up by Cannon, no good. Battled for on the floor. There's a lot of battle for the ball. Hardy takes it up, can't get it to fall. The stick back, no good. Holiday comes down for the Wasp, puts it up, no good, rolls around. Out of bounds, saved by Banks. Back to Arnold. Arnold's floater, no good. And two Wasps hit the deck trying to get the rebound. And the Tigers.
Looks like Banks may be hurt.
The Tigers with a 5-on-3 advantage, but the officials stopped the game. Two Wasps hit the deck really hard there.
Keene's entering the game for, looks like for Banks. So Emory and Henry not off to a good start. That lead extended to 11 here with at 18:04 in the first half.
Looks like we switched back to man-to-man defense. Hahn with the ball up top, goes up a ball screen. His little floater, no good. Rebound, though, by Cannon, no good. And it's going to be out of bounds. I thought it went off Sydney. So 16 on the shot clock. Hampton-Sydney with the ball out of bounds underneath their basket.
Entering back into the game for Hampton-Sydney, number 22, Jack Wyatt.
Turner with the ball out of bounds. Gets it in bounds to Hahn. Hahn's little floater, no good. Rebound by Holiday. Holiday brings it out.
Nice
Finds
dig.
Bonk down low. Yeah, Holiday just penetrated through the defender, found Bonk on the left-hand block, and he finishes 34-43. Emory and Henry trails by 9. Hampton-Sydney attracts. Hahn can't get it anything going. Gives it to Wyatt. Wyatt picks up his dribble. Back out to Brazel. Brazel just takes it all the way to the rim. He's a tough little 5'10" dude.
He is. He plays a lot bigger than 5'10", that's for sure.
34-45. Emory and Henry trails by 11. Arnold at the right baseline. Spin move. Finds nothing. Rebound raked off by Hahn. Hahn brings it up. Looks for a ball screen. Gets one. Tries to penetrate against Keene. Does. Dishes down low to Wyatt. Good teamwork there. 16-44. Emory and Henry trails by 13. No real full court pressure now by the Tigers. They're just basically playing half court man-to-man. Antonelli goes off a ball screen by Holiday. Brings it back. Gives it to Holiday on the step out. Right-hand wing Holiday. Gonna jack up the three and drains the three.
Emory and Henry needed that, that's for sure.
So with timeout here, 16-24, Emory and Henry trails by 10, 37-47.
You know, Robert Holiday entering back into the lineup, getting healthy this year is really important for Emory and Henry. And to have such a young team, they need his senior leadership on the floor. He worked really hard to recover from his injury last year, and it's good to see him back on the floor for Emory and Henry.
So it must have been a full timeout. Emory and Henry went back on the floor, and Hampton-Sydney's still sitting in their little huddle down there.
You know, with the COVID protocols, it has definitely changed everything about the game right now, even timeouts. It's hard to tell what's a 30 or a full anymore.
Yeah, most of the teams I've seen, you know, they have a designated someplace you go, like in the corner or whatever.
Right.
Is that a mandate, or is that just something everybody does?
I think it's a suggestion would be the best way to do it. You know, you've got your players there huddled up, trying to create as much distance and separation as you can. It looks awkward to look at the bench and see all the players spread out.
Clement at the top for Hampton-Sydney, being guarded by Arnold, man-to-man. Over on the left-hand wing, now handoff back to him. Kick out to Hahn. Hahn takes a dribble, gives it up to Wyatt. Back to Hahn. Now on the fake, Brazel takes it in and extends the lead, 37-49. Emory and Henry trails. Emory and Henry swings it around. Holiday's going to take that three again. Can't get it to go. Battle for the rebound. Keene, he's always battling for the rebound, but Hampton-Sydney comes away with it in transition.
Nice block.
Wyatt's shot gets blocked by Emory and Henry, but it's going to be out of bounds off the Wasps.
Right. Bonk was ready for that shot to go up, was able to get a piece of that.
25 on the shot clock. Hampton-Sydney with a 12-point lead, 15:33 remaining, will have the ball underneath their basket as Emory and Henry switches to a 2-3 defense on this out-of-bounds play. Clement with the ball out of bounds, can't find anybody to throw it to, and in an attempt to get it to Hardy, It goes into the Hampton-Sydney bench. Emory and Henry will have the ball on the end line.
That's a good break for Emory and Henry. We need to come down and score now.
So a little token full court pressure by Hampton-Sydney, but it's not really much of anything. Antonelli calls out the play. Ball on the right-hand wing, crosses over, looks inside, finds Keene on the cut. Keene tries to give it to Bonk and loses it on that penetration. Clements inside to Wyatt, can't get it to fall, and the battle for the rebound, it gets tied up. Possession arrow favors the Wasps. 37-49, 5:15 remaining in the second half.
Emory and Henry really needs to score on this possession. Haven't cut into the lead at all at this point, so this is a big possession for Emory and Henry.
A little more than token pressure right now. Emory and Henry has to battle to get the ball in, gets it to Keene, gives it back to Holiday. Holiday finds Bonk in transition. That gets blocked off the backboard. Keene's there. He tries to put it up and gets it blocked out of bounds. 21 on the shot clock. 4:56 remaining. Emory and Henry with the ball underneath their basket, trailing by 12.
Again, there's Keene coming out of nowhere to get that rebound.
Holiday on the cut, Holiday on the layup. Nice pass by Antonelli on that inbounds play. Trailing by 10, 39-49, 14:47 remaining. Handoff on the left-hand wing to Turner, who dribbles up to the top, gives it back to Wright. Wright tries to penetrate baseline, can't get there. Hubbard, now right wing to Turner. Turner down low to Wyatt. Wyatt makes a move, puts it up, and it dribbles in. 39-51, Emory and Henry trails by 12. Antonelli being guarded full court by Wright. Antonelli just pushes it up, gets across the half-court line, calls out where he wants the ball screen, gets two of them. Can't find anybody on that, gives it up to Keene. Keene to Arnold. Arnold makes a move, spin, loses it, puts the ball on the deck. Yep. That was one time I was happy they called the travel because I was afraid they weren't going to, and Hampton-Sydney would take off in the fast break. So Emory and Henry sends out, it looks like almost five new people. Let's see, we have Rodriguez, number 3, Morgan, number 4, Banks, 11, Holiday still there, number 25, and Arnold, number 1. And Emory and Henry, a little pressure there, gets it, and Rodriguez scores it for the Wasps. 41-51, down to a 10-point deficit. Brazel dribbles in, doesn't have it, kicks it out to Hubbard. Hubbard loses
Another turnover.
Head to Morgan. Morgan lays it up, can't get it to finish, and they're going to call the foul on that. I thought they were going to let that go.
You know, Emory and Henry started the game playing fast like this and then kind of got a lull in their momentum there midway through the first half, but seems to be picking the pace back up, which is certainly helping Emory and Henry to cut into this lead.
And for the Wasps, replacing Holiday is number 42, Dylan Ketron. So a timeout here on the floor. Emory and Henry trails 41-51 with 13:30 remaining.
Emory and Henry basketball is brought to you today by Highlands Union Bank, which is now First Community Bank. First Community Bank thrives on building relationships with businesses and individuals as we shoot for a better tomorrow. We are a proud supporter of the Emory and Henry College Wasps and the communities we all serve together. First Community Bank, member FDIC. Also today, Emory and Henry basketball is brought to you by Food Country USA, the food specialist since 1914. Locally owned and operated, Food Country is a proud supporter of Emory and Henry College.
So those two turnovers in a row by the Tigers have helped Emory cut the deficit. They were trailed by 7, I think it was, at halftime, if I'm correct, yes. And then Sydney was able to blow that up a little bit here in the second half. Now Emory and Henry slice back into it. Hope this will bring them some momentum to carry forward.
Again, Emory and Henry has cut into the lead just a little bit, taking advantage of the fact, too, that also Hampton City is still 2 of 9, 22% from behind the arc. We'll see if the pressure from Emory and Henry can cut into this lead any further.
So at the free throw line with an opportunity to slice into this lead is going to be number 11, Micah Bank. No, wait, not number 11. That's going to be number 4, Malcolm Morgan. From my angle, I can't see his number. But since I could see Malcolm standing there at the lane space, I knew it wasn't him. And Ketron's ready to enter the lineup for Emory and Henry. This will be a 2-shot situation. First shot just glances the front of the rim for Morgan.
Number 20, Josiah Hardy, back into the game for Hampton-Sydney.
Second shot is good. 13-30, Emory and Henry trails by 9. Little full court pressure by the Wasps, but not really. Brazel dribbles around, handoff to Wright. Wright being guarded, puts up the floater, no good, off the backboard. Rebound come away with by Banks. Pass ahead to three-point shot by Rodriguez is good.
We have an injured player down for Hampton-Sydney. Looks like it's number 3, DJ Wright.
So with that 3, Emory and Henry cuts the lead to 6, 45-51 with 13:08 remaining. I didn't see any of that action, did you? I was busy watching us take off going the other way.
No, I think on that rebound somehow or another, DJ Wright was able to tangle up with a couple of his own teammates as well as Emory and Henry. Looks like he may have hit his head. So with a break in the action here, 13:08 left in the first half, Emory and Henry's been able to cut into Hampton-Sydney's lead down to 6.
Yeah, I think you're right. The offensive tempo has helped, but also the defensive intensity. Those 2 turnovers they created led to some of those transition points. So it will be Hampton-Sydney ball on their end line. Emory and Henry picking up a little bit of full court. Of course, Coach Thompson's yelling out something, so we may look for some difference here. Ball inbounds to Brazel, but he gives it up to Hahn. Hahn's the man of all talents. Have the ball, handle the ball at the top, shoot the 3, post up lows. They swing around the perimeter there. Hardy dribbles up, picks up his dribble, gives it back to Hahn. Hahn looks for somebody, skips it over to Brazel. Brazel tries to go up, tries to find somebody to pass it to, and passes it to Emory and Henry. And the reverse, that little scoop layup is no good by Rodriguez. In transition, Clements, pull-up jumper no good, rebound tapped away and corralled by Arnold. Arnold gives it up to Banks. Banks brings it down 2-on-2. Banks takes it, puts it off the rim, gets it to finish, and will go to the free throw line. Great emotion by Emory and Henry on the floor and on the bench, as that cuts the Hampton-Sydney lead to 4, 47-51. Again, Micah Banks showing why he is the catalyst for this Emory and Henry team. When he's in, good things happen. So he's at the line now, shoot 1 to complete 3-point play. And that foul was on Adam Brazel, his second, I think. Shot up by Banks is no good, and rebound corralled by Hahn. Clements brings it up. Penetrates, doesn't have anything. Gives it up to Hardy. Hardy's little spin and floater is good. 47-53, Emory and Henry trails. As Morgan brings it up, gives it to Holiday. Holiday tries to set up a play. Hand off to Morgan. Up top to Ketron. Ketron hands off to Morgan. Morgan tries to split two defenders, can't. He gives it to Rodriguez. Rodriguez finds Morgan. Morgan's long shot's no good. Rebound brought out by Hardy of the Tigers. Oh, and that shot by Turner is blocked. Is that Turner? No, that was Clements, blocked, but then the stick back's good for Hampton-Sydney. 11-20, Emory and Henry trails by 7. Holiday puts it up, no good. Stick back's no good by Morgan, but he draws the foul.
You know, I think that's one thing that Emory and Henry got away from there was crashing the offensive boards, but it's giving them an opportunity to go to the free throw line right now and to cut into this lead.
Holiday just 3 of 9 so far in today's game, but he's making something happen.
Again, like we talked about, to have his senior leadership on the floor, especially in a close game like this with young teammates, is so important.
First shot up and no good by Morgan. That foul was on Ryan Clements. Morgan's second shot does find the bottom of the net. 48-55, 11-13. And Hahn will bring it up for the Tigers. He's being guarded by Holiday. Handoff left-hand wing. Oh, my. Handoff left-hand wing to Brazel. And then Rodriguez gets called for a foul off that action.
Right.
Just a little bit of contact there seems like a little bit too much, but by the officials, didn't seem like it to me. Ball inbounds. Gives it up to Clements. He penetrates, walks, doesn't get called, puts it off the glass, no good. And there's going to be a foul on the rebound. Must be on Sydney. Good. That foul's going to be on Miles Harris. So Rodriguez brings the ball up for Emory and Henry. Spreads the floor. Holiday skips it across, hands off to Morgan. Holiday cuts all the way through, as does Banks. Banks with it now on the left-hand wing. Ball screen, penetrates two defenders. Finds Holiday right baseline. Three-point shots up, no good by Holiday. And Brazel comes away with the rebound. He calls for the ball to set up the offense at the top. Goes all the way down, left-hand block. Nobody's there to stop him, but then he finds a cutter who lays it up and in. 48-57 now. Hampton-Sydney stretches the lead out to 9. Rodriguez with the ball up top. 10 minutes remaining. Rodriguez spins. Puts up the floater, no good, just finds the backboard, and Hahn's there for the rebound. Emory and Henry battles for it, but can't get it. Pass ahead to Brazel, who finds a cutter. That's Turner. He laid it off the backboard, but that was hard off the backboard, and Holiday comes away with the rebound for Emory and Henry. Tries to make a move, and when he does, he gets it stripped away by Turner.
Good hustle.
And Turner loses it out of control and out of bounds. So nothing much has happened except turn the ball over in the middle of the floor here, back and forth for the last couple of possessions. 9:41 remaining, 48-57, Emory and Henry trails.
Entering back in the game for Emory and Henry, number 20, Liam Bonk, comes in for Catron.
And a little more than token pressure now from the Tigers. Get it into Rodriguez, who just tips it right back to Holiday, who was the inbounder. Holiday calls the offense, looks inside, lobs it into Bonk. Bonk can't handle it because Brazel's there to take it away. He's everywhere. Brazel pass ahead to Hahn. Hahn looks, goes down low, tries to make a move around Bonk, does, can't get it to fall, gets his own rebound, and sticks it in. 48-59, Emory and Henry trails by 11. 9 minutes remaining. Holiday brings it up for the Wasps.
Emory and Henry's got to find a way to keep Brazel from penetrating.
Three-point attempt is no good by Emory and Henry. And the save by Rodriguez is no good.
We have a timeout by Emory and Henry with 8:53 left in the second quarter. Score, Emory and Henry 48, Hampton-Sydney 59.
The thing that jumps out at me right now off the stats is points in the paint. Hampton-Sydney with 40, Emory and Henry with 24. Some of those have come off of stick back.
Last spring, we were faced with one of the toughest decisions we've ever had to make, and that was to postpone our seasons. I can't imagine how hard that must have been for our student athletes, because I know as the AD, it's the toughest decision I've ever had to make. So we want to make sure going forward that we do everything that we can to make sure that we can get back on the court and on the field as quickly as possible. We have to wear our mask, we have to wash our hands, we have to practice social distancing, and we want to get back at it. So let's all be on one team and do the right thing.
I'm masked up so the tennis team can have their season.
I mask up so the swim team can break records.
I mask up so the basketball team can hang another banner.
I mask up so the softball team doesn't lose their season again.
I mask up so the golf teams can once again hit the greens.
I mask up so Emory and Henry can be a safe place for all students.
53 remaining. On the floor for Emory and Henry, number 5, Antonelli, number 20, Bonk, number 10, Keene, number 1, Arnold, and let's see if we're going to get a fifth person, and Robert Holiday Jr., number 25. For the, I started to say the Hornets, we're usually playing another stinging insect. For the Tigers, number 41, Hahn, 24, Brazel, let's see who's over there, 2, Turner, 22, Wyatt, and 20, Hardy. As Brazel dribbles right, then gives it top to Hahn. Hahn looks for somebody to hand off to. It got deflected, but by effort, Hampton-Sydney, well, I thought they were going to come away with it, but they call a foul here. Or do they just call, yeah, they called a foul.
Fouls on number 22, Jack White. And again, there's Keene making positive things happen coming into the game.
48-59, Emory and Henry trails, 8:36 remaining. Antonelli with the ball, dribbles to the left-hand wing, centers it, gives it to Keene, looks for a cutter, finds Arnold on the right-hand wing, his spin move and floater taps off the backboard and in. 50-59, Emory and Henry trails 9, cutting it the deficit that was 14 with 8:14 remaining. Brazel up top, looks for a ball screen by Hahn, now just gives it to Hahn on the step out. Step out, Hahn being guarded by Keene. Hahn goes in the paint, tries to put it up, gets it stripped away by Keene, and Antonelli for the Wasps comes away with it. Antonelli looks for somebody, finds Arnold. Arnold's three-point attempt no good. Bonk almost gets it. Antonelli ends up with it. Then
nice
finds
pass.
Bonk down low. That's great. He was being pestered by 2 defenders and trying to keep his balance.
Right.
Had the vision to look up and see his teammate all alone down there.
What a heads-up play by Antonelli.
So Turner with the ball up top for the Tigers. I thought he walked. Penetrates, doesn't have anything. Gives it to Wyatt inside. It gets lost out of bounds, and it will be Tiger ball underneath their basket. 14 seconds remaining on the shot clock. 7:25 on the game clock. Emory and Henry has sliced it to a 7-point deficit, 52-59. And in for the Tigers is, I'm not quite sure.
Number 0, Ryan Clements.
Okay, oh my. From the corner, they find a slicing Hardy, and Hardy's able to lay it in. And Hampton-Sydney calls timeout. 7:19 remaining, back to a 9-point deficit for the Wasps.
I think right now,
you can buy yourself a possession or two. Yeah, that's always something to think about. Can you make them have to do something different than what they're comfortable, what they've become so comfortable with here? So Emory and Henry ball on the end line, it looks like. I forgot what was going on here. And again, some pressure by the Tigers full court. Looks like they're double teaming Antonelli here. Nobody's on the inbounder, so Antonelli reminds somebody they might need to come up here and help. No, they don't, because they easily get the ball into Antonelli. Holiday gets it at the high post, faces up. Little fall away by Holiday, no good. Rebound by the Tigers. Hahn with it, brings it across, and gives it to Brazel. Brazel goes off a ball screen by Wyatt. Now back up top, skip around the perimeter. Hahn with it again, and Brazel. Those two just basically could play the whole game by themselves, I think. And the three-point attempt by Hahn is no good. Antonelli with the rebound for Emory and Henry. Antonelli pass to Holiday. Holiday takes it in the middle. Finds Bonk down low, can't get it. Antonelli on the cut. Oh, late scoops it, can't get it to fall. 6:23 remaining. Emory and Henry trails by 9, 52-61. As Brazel brings up the ball and sets up the offense. Emory and Henry in man-to-man, half-court man-to-man. Ball at the high post to Wyatt. Step out to Hahn. Now to Clements on the step out. Clements goes around the ball screen. Kicks it out to Wyatt. Wyatt's long shot, no good. Rebound battled for, and there's going to be a foul on Hampton-Sydney on that rebound. They fouled Holiday, I think. That foul's on number 20, Hardy.
You know, Emory and Henry needs to take advantage of the fact that Hampton-Sydney's at 16 fouls here with 5 minutes to go. Opportunity to get to the free throw line.
Antonelli picks up his dribble, gives it over to Bonk on the right-hand wing, hands it back to Antonelli. Penetrate, finds Bonk down low, and they're going to call Antonelli for the walk. Thompson doesn't like it much. I don't like it much, but it may have happened. 5:41 remaining. That's the problem here. I think the clock just keeps moving and we're not making any progress here. 52-61. Hahn with the ball up top. Wyatt steps out, screen. Now Hahn gives it back to Brazel at the top. Ball screen by Hahn. Brazel penetrates. Finds some teammate down low. That was Wyatt. And on that pass, foul's going to be called on somebody.
Corey Keene, that's his third.
Ball inbounds to Hahn at the baseline. He gives it back to the inbounder. Easy lay-in for the Tigers. 52-63, trailing by 11. Just over 5 minutes left to play. Antonelli penetrates. Oh, gosh, he got picked on that attempted spin. And that dunk by Clements is good. 52-65. So just like that, 2 turnovers by the Wasps. Hampton-Sydney blows the lead up. And there, Holiday tries to attack, and he gets it taken away. Hahn attacks, gets it blocked, and a foul comes in from the trailing official.
Emory and Henry now trying to make a lot happen. We just need to settle down, start chipping away at this thing possession after possession. 4:44 left. There's plenty of time on the clock.
So we've had 3 turnovers in a row, and Hampton-Sydney now has taken the 9-point lead up to 13 with a chance to extend that as Jay Kahn goes to the free throw line for the Tigers. Left-handed, shots up and good.
Micah Banks entering back into the lineup for Emory and Henry. Keene comes to the sideline.
Keene with 8 rebounds on the day. Hahn at the free throw line with 13 points in today's game, and this will make 14. And misses it. Rebound by Emory and Henry's Bonk gives it up to Holiday. 4:40 remaining. Emory and Henry trails by 14. Bonk sets the ball screen for Holiday. Holiday tries to get through the defenders, does a little Euro step, gets it to fall, and draws the foul.
That helps. That helps. Try to earn an old-fashioned three-point play here as Holiday Jr. goes to the free throw line. Foul was on Hampton-Sydney's Jack Wyatt, number 22. That's his third personal foul.
Clements with 3 for the number 0 for the Tigers. Keene with 4 for Emory and Henry. So he makes that shot, 55-61, slicing into it again, 4:23. Hahn with the ball, takes it all the way down, now finds a cutter, that's Clements. His shot won't go, but he draws the foul.
That foul's on Holiday, his third personal foul.
Team's 4th. You're right, Hampton City with 17 fouls. We should take advantage of that, like we did the last possession. Shot up by Clements is good, 55-67. And Hampton City calls a timeout here with 4:17 remaining, and Hampton City leading by 12 and a chance to stretch it back to 13.
And again, it's a 12-point lead, but we still have 4:17 to go in the game. Plenty of time. We just need to, in these situations, I used to tell my team it was 12-point with 6 possessions. We had 6 possessions. That meant a stop and a score. That would be 2 possessions. So sometimes you can't focus on the score, but think about what you've got to do in terms of the game. You just need to stop, and then you go down and get an easy bucket. And try to take advantage of the fact that you're in the bonus and the 1-on-1. Try to get to the free throw line.
Yeah, take care of the ball. I mean, we got to attack, but you've got to take care of the ball. Those 3 turnovers in a row are part of what negated all the work we had done to cut the lead to 7 at one point, and now it's back up to 12. So those of you listening to us, there's all kinds of ways you can watch this. You can watch it on GoWasp.com. You can watch it on Facebook Live. You can watch it on Emory and Henry College YouTube channel. So if you're not watching and you have any of those available, please consider tuning in to watch the game as well. We appreciate all of you fans who are supporting Emory and Henry, and especially all the people whose cutouts you can see across the way there who supported Emory and Henry through the cutout campaign. That second shot by Clements is good, 55-68, 4:14 remaining. Holiday brings it up for the Wasps. Ball screen by Arnold. He steps out. Holiday spins, puts it up high off the glass, can't get it to go. Bonk tips it, can't get it. Saved from out of bounds by Banks. Inside to Holiday. Holiday can't get it to fall. And rebound by Clements of the Tigers. Gives it to Hahn. Hahn brings it up.
Holiday's had a tough day from the field. It's certainly not lack of effort. He's just had a hard time being able to finish around the rim.
4 of 14. On the floor with it at the top is Hahn. Emory and Henry in man-to-man defense. Hahn's pushing off Holiday Jr. On takes it in, draws 3 defenders, kicks it out to Wyatt. Wyatt gives it back, and at the shot clock, they put it off the rim. Battle for the rebound. It's going to be a jump ball. Possession error favors Hampton-Sydney. 3:21, trailing by 13. Hampton-Sydney ball underneath their basket.
I'm not sure that ball hit the rim before the shot clock went off.
Yeah.
But anyway, it's Hampton-Sydney's ball on the jump ball.
Emery and Henry playing man-to-man on the inbounds. And Brazel gets a shot up but can't get it to fall. And Emery and Henry on the ball out of bounds off of Hampton-Sydney gets it here on their end line. They're double teaming the inbound. The receiver gives it to Holiday. Now back to Antonelli. Antonelli brings it up. 3:12 remaining. Ball screen by Arnold. Antonelli gets past it. Spin move. Tries to get inside. Gives it to Banks. Banks is going to take it across the baseline. Gives it to Holiday. He gets inside. Gives it to Bonk. His little shot won't fall. He gets it and goes up again and draws the foul. So some action to penetrate, get the defender on you, get the defense on you, and then give it to a teammate.
That last foul was on Jack White from Hampton-Sydney. That's his 4th personal.
Emery and Henry trails 55-68 with a chance to slice into that at the free throw line with 2:55 remaining. Don't you think at this point you got to do some full court pressure or something?
I do. I think, you've got to do something to make Hampton-Sydney have to make some decisions and try to get the ball out of Brazel's hands, and if you can, try to get it out of Hahn's hands too, because the two of them have carried the bulk of the load for the game for the Tigers. So,
if it were me, I'd ask Hampton-Sydney to take those two guys out.
I'm sure that would work, Coach. I'm sure
that would be a good plan. Yeah, Hardy with 14 points, Hahn with 13 points, Clements with 12, Brazel with 5 rebounds. He only has 1 assist. That doesn't seem right.
That doesn't seem possible.
8 points for Emery and Henry. Holiday with 11 points, Banks with 10, Arnold with 7, Rodriguez with 7, Morgan with 6. Emery and Henry has 2 timeouts remaining. The visitors with 3. The possession error favors Emery and Henry. And Holiday will go to the line to shoot 2, if memory serves me correct. In for the Wasps now are number 20, Bonk, number 1, Arnold, 25, Holiday, 11, Banks, and 5, Antonelli. Sure is quiet in here without our fans, isn't it? Of course, they would be quiet now because Holiday's shooting for the Wasps. And the first shot is up and good. 56-68, Emery and Henry trails.
I was thinking the other day, this must be a referee's dream to be able to call a game now.
We should have just a loop of Al Mitchell and Sherry Johnson yelling at the officials that we play. Does that be possible? So the second shot is good by Banks, 57-68, and Emery and Henry comes with the full court zone pressure. And on that, Banks deflects it, saves it from going out of bounds, and it goes off Hampton-Sydney. Now it's back to Hampton-Sydney ball. Emery and Henry, great effort here. Now Hardy pulls it out for the Tigers, gives it to Turner. Now to Brazel. Brazel penetrates. Doesn't want to do anything with it. He's just working the clock. Arnold tries a back tap. Can't get it. Back to Brazel. Brazel gives it outside on the wing to Hardy. His spin move's no good, but he draws the foul. 2:17 remaining. 57-68. Emery and Henry trail by 11.
Bonk picks up his 3rd foul in the contest.
I don't know if you watched any of their game the other night at Roanoke, but they're far and away much better, playing much better than they did on Tuesday night. First shot up by Hardy is good.
I actually talked to Coach Thompson the next day, and he and I always talk hoops the next day, and he said, I think he was disappointed in the way his team played, but I reminded him it was game 1.
Yeah.
And you can certainly see improvements.
And when you're playing against everybody else who's played 2, 3, more games than you, Holiday's 3 is up, no good. Rebound battle for and brought out by Brazel. Pass to Hahn. Hahn up ahead to Clements. Clements being guarded by Antonelli. Backs up. Now here comes pressure. Gives it to Hahn at the three-point line. Hahn dribbles around, spin. Find a cutter. Gives it to Turner. Turner gives it back to, I think that was Clements. Shot no good, but they come away with the rebound. Hahn dribbles out wisely. Now he comes back. Euro step. That's 2 offensive rebounds for the Tigers. That'll do you. That's a death knell.
Yeah.
When you need their possessions to be as short as possible, you can't let them have an offensive rebound. Although I will say those were not your conventional offensive rebounds. We were definitely in there battling for the rebound. It's just crazy the way the ball bounced. So Clements with the ball gets fouled by Antonelli, and the officials are. There's something happened before that. So now ball out of bounds, inbounds to Clements. He gets fouled by Antonelli, so it's just what I just said, but it looked different this time.
No, you were talking about the offensive rebounds. I mean, certainly Emory Henry's had its fair share of opportunities to score, but you can't fault the effort at all tonight by Coach Thompson's team.
Yeah, the Wasps have been out-rebounded by 11, but those last 2 were costly. Clements at the line, shooting one and nails one, gets the chance to hit the second and take the second. 1:29 remaining. Hampton-Sydney's going to take a 30-second timeout with Emory and Henry trailing 57-61.
The NCAA has decided to postpone all of its winter championships, so that includes for the ODAC men's and women's basketball and swimming. What the conference will continue to do, I know the ADs will be meeting later this week to talk about what the rest of the season will look like for us. Certainly everyone will want to participate and play as much as we can, but the NCAA tournament is called off for 2021.
Antonelli takes it the length of the court, can't get it to fall. Pass ahead to Brazel. He lays it in, uncontested. 57-74, 1 minute, 10 seconds remaining. Banks to Bonk, to Antonelli, left baseline, to Bonk at the high post. He kicks it out to Holiday. Holiday crosses over, puts up the long jumper and nails it. Under a minute remaining, 57-74. Emory and Henry trails. Full court pressure now as Emory and Henry tries to, I don't know if they're trying to foul or just trying to get the ball. I thought he walked. And Sydney now just playing keep away as Brazel with the ball at the top. Gives it over. Now back to Brazel. Turner had it for a second there. Brazel dribbles all the way around, puts it up and lays it in. 59-76, 32 seconds remaining. Banks gets it, takes it, draws the foul, and finishes.
Banks will go to the line to shoot one.
You know, I was kind of wondering about that, you know, for swimming. Couldn't you just say, okay, well, you had the best time in the 100 free for the year. You're the national champion. You know, a pool's a pool. But anyway, nonetheless. Banks' first shot is up and good. 28 seconds remaining. Oh, he made it. That's right. Sydney dribbles ahead. That's Clements. He's going to dribble out the clock with 20 seconds remaining and leading Emory and Henry by 62-76. And it should, fittingly, the ball should finish in Brazel's hands or Hahn's, one or the other.
And that'll do it for
today's contest. Emory and Henry will finish today trailing the Tigers 62-76. This makes the 5th away game the Tigers have played of their 5 games. Emory and Henry has enjoyed a home game and 1 game at Roanoke. So tune in tomorrow to WEHC and
Well, good evening, everyone, and welcome to the Aquatic Center right here at Emory and Henry College. I am Brent Treese, joined by Braxton Justice. And Braxton, I normally would like to see you in the pool, but it's nice to have you here in the booth with us.
Oh, yeah, it's great to be here.
All right, we're going to pause for just a moment for the playing of the national anthem. Well, Braxton, we're going to get started with one of the more exciting races always. We love the relays around here, and we're going to actually start with the women's 200-meter medley relay. Talk a little bit about the strategy in a relay like this.
Gotcha. So normally with any sort of medley relay, you have a backstroke lead. You really want to come out fast with some sort of hard backstroker, a pretty solid breaststroker, then a solid butterfly and a solid freestyler. So our women's team actually, for this race, is an exhibition, which means that they're not actually gaining any points from this race. It's they're about to start the timer now, so I'll quiet down just for a split second.
Well, it's going to be for Emory and Henry, Leah Davis with the start, Kat Swigert, Emmy Umans, and then Leah Mumpower for the Wasps. Two king teams in this race. And we're about ready to get started. We are on our marks, and we are off and starting in this meet versus Emory and Henry and King College. Excuse me, King University. I've been around Bristol too long. I'm still calling them college instead of university.
Gotcha.
So Leah Davis is in lane number 4 for Emory and Henry, and she is going to be touching just a slight bit behind the King team of Samantha Davis right now. The backstroke portion right now of the 200-meter medley relay. And Braxton, how much are you paying attention right now to what's going on around you?
I'm paying a good little bit of attention, so I'm sure as most of the people that are watching this know, we actually plan on moving up to D2. So definitely watching teams like this, teams that are near us competing at that D2 level, it's important for us to be watching what we're going up against in the future, especially whenever you look at some of our older swimmers like Kat. She's currently doing the breaststroke, and she's been here now for 3 years. She's been a great swimmer, D3, and she's going to be a great one going up to D2. We were behind on that first 50, and she's practically caught her way all the way back up.
Yeah, she's made some time up here. Kat Swigert, of course, we should expect that. An ODAX swimmer of the week in week 1.
Absolutely.
So she's made up a little bit of time and getting ready to go into the pool as Emmy, and Emmy is into the pool for Emory and Henry.
And Emmy swimming the butterfly. She's one of our freshmen this year, and she is a sight to behold. She has come in this pool and smoked everyone during practice, including myself. She is just an incredible swimmer, and I cannot wait to come back in a few years and see how much she has progressed.
And we're getting a little tight race here. Emmy is almost caught up, and she is just a notch behind. This is going to be a close one at the end, and she actually is going to be touching first. And Emory and Henry's final swimmer is into the pool. That's Leah Mumpower.
Leah, again, one of the juniors on the swim team. We're just sort of watching to see how good we can all compete against these D2 schools, and so far I think it's looking superb for the women's team. She's coming in second off that first wall. She comes out longer than anybody else off the walls. Just great all around for us.
Brooke Williams, a King, has got a little bit of a lead. Has pulled out. We'll see if she can fight for second. Mumpower looks like she's going to pull ahead and get to that second spot, but it's going to be King getting the first place in this relay. Leah Mumpower touches second, so the Emory and Henry team finishes second with a time of 2:15.80. A good swim right there for the Wasp women.
Absolutely.
Some of these, you just got to catch your breath a little bit. It gets exciting as they catch up there, and that was a great part right there in the middle as the Wasps kind of closed the gap there, gave themselves a chance, and that's what they need. They just need to see early on, hey, we can compete with a school that's Division II.
Yes.
Well, our second race of the day is going to be, of course, another 200-meter medley relay. Of course, this is going to be the men's team. It'll again be 2 King squads going against 1 Emory and Henry team. Emory and Henry is going to be in the middle lane. It's going to be Blake Medeiros getting us started, Ryan Spangler, Logan Smith, and Neil Fredrickson. And the swimmers are cooling down right now. And Braxton, I guess, we have you here. I have to ask you, what's it like in these moments right before you get ready to actually go out there and get in the pool and start swimming?
Especially on the first race, the best word I could use to describe is gut-wrenching, right? It's just right before you step in the water, especially if you're that backstroker like Blake is about to be. You can see him almost inch himself into the water. He always hops in, and just being the first person to get in the pool like that has always just been a big butterflies moment.
Well, he has nothing to fear. He's an ODAX swimmer of the week himself. The Wasps swept the first week, and here we are again, the 200-meter medley relay here. Blake Medeiros will get it started for Emory and Henry College. He is in lane number 4. And we are off and going, in a nice start there by Medeiros. He's going to be just a little bit behind the leader, which is going to be in lane number 3. That's the King team led by Maximilian Thomas. Thomas makes the turn. Medeiros makes the turn. And Maximilian Thomas is just like a bullet out of there right now as he is coming back towards the start block where his teammate is preparing to go into the water. This is going to be Carson Eliason. Eliason is into the water. The second King swimmer is into the water, and that's going to be Dale Bruce, and the second Emory and Henry swimmer is going to be Ryan Spangler, and he's in the water.
Again, especially for competitions like this, we're just seeing how well we can compete up against these D2 teams. Every single day like this, every single dual meet is just a march towards ODAX.
Yeah, you know, we always talk a lot about it early in the season. You know, we want to always swim fast, but sometimes it's about building up and really peaking at the right times. We've seen some really good times this year, but the Wasps just have to swim within themselves. You know, you can't make yourself go faster than you've ever gone before. You can just do the best swim that you have.
Absolutely. Trust in your training, trust in your coach, and you'll swim fast at the end of the day.
Well, the third Emory and Henry swimmer is into the water. That's Logan Smith. Right now, the King squads are actually almost neck and neck, and it actually might be the lane 5, Hawken Meyer, that might be touching first. Just a slight lead. The King squads are going to be having a close one. Logan Smith getting ready to touch for Emory and Henry. That'll put Neil Fredrickson into the water, and he is off. The other squads are about 25 meters down the pool in the touch. And this is going to be another tight one right here. One swimmer out of the water, the other just now coming up, and we will see. It looks like it's going to be tight. Looks like it's going to be Ben Ramirez here in lane number 3, touching first for King in a time of 1:56.46. King's second squad, 1:57.12. And Neil Fredrickson almost halfway back on that last 25, and he'll be touching here in a moment as Emory and Henry's men will finish third here in the 200-meter medley relay. Fredrickson touches 2:11.59. You know a little bit about these times. I mean, where does that time kind of stand for us, Braxton? Because, you know, we can see that we finish a little bit more behind here, but what kind of time is that for us?
It's a pretty good time, right? So early in the season, we haven't had much practice with relay turns, relay handoffs rather. Excuse me. You know, everything is building up towards the ODAX, and with a meet like this, especially one where you see your teammates, you know, just halfway down the pool back at the other end, it is hard to, you know, get up and swim fast in those moments, but a 2:11.59 is still an impressive swim, especially for the medley. And this is a short course meter pool, and normally in American college swimming, you don't swim short course meters, so that time is hard. I'm not entirely sure what the conversion time is to short course yards, but it's a good conversion time nonetheless to a short course yards 200 medley.
Well, if you're just now tuning into the broadcast, my name is Brent Treesh. I'm the Director of Athletic Communications, and joining me and much, much more intelligent about swimming is Braxton Justin, a member of the men's swimming team who is currently out of this meet. Braxton, what remind me what events you would normally be swimming?
So I'm the sprinter for the swim team here. I do the 50 free, the 100 free, and the 200 free. I also dabble a little bit in the 100 breaststroke, but that's sort of taking a backseat to the 200 now.
Well, we are getting ready to move on to event number 3. This is the women's 800-meter freestyle. Just 2 swimmers in this race. It's going to be Kate Prager, and it's also going to be Jane Wolbert of King. So just 2 swimmers in this race. And it looks like we're going to add a men's swimmer for King, which may be Gideon, and I'm not going to try to pronounce your last name, Gideon. I apologize for that. Bazundheit is actually what I would say, and it would make it sound like I guessed that way. But it looks like I'm going to guess that might be Gideon swimming for the Wasp. And it does look like Blake Medeiros is going to join. So we're actually going to have both the men's and women's 800-meter freestyles going at the same time. Does this make any difference, Braxton, when you're swimming? Or
So, admittedly, the last meet we had, I actually swam the 800 with a female swimmer named Kinsey Welch. She's also out this meet, and it is tough to look over and see, you know, the other gender across the pool swimming hard, especially whenever you're, you know, trying to compete against somebody that's right next to you the entire time. You've got to worry more about just than that one guy or that one girl next to you, the 3 people. It becomes more stressful in the mind than anything else.
Well, the 800, of course, is one of those really long events. You have to sort of pace yourself. A lot of times you'll see someone come out a little bit too fast and not be able to finish as strong. So it's really hard to judge how this one's going. And it's kind of one of those races, Braxton, I feel like you just want to try to keep someone in line of sight with you, you know, that you just don't want to let them get too far away from you.
Oh, absolutely. The 800 is all about your pacing, right? So somebody like Blake, he is trained in practice how fast he should be going on that first 50, that 300 mark, that 500 mark. He knows how fast he should be going. And Ryan down there, I'm not sure if you guys can see him, but he actually has the counter. And based on what Ryan is doing with that counter, Blake knows if he needs to speed up or slow down according to the splits that are currently on the scoreboard up there.
Well, he was about less than 2 seconds behind at the first 50. He's probably fallen just a little bit more behind here right now. On the women's side, the King swimmer has about a half a length of the pool lead right now, maybe a little less than that, as we are still very early here in the 800. Again, a reminder, both the men's 800 and the women's 800 is both taking place. 2 swimmers for both. Not surprising that you're not going to put a lot of people out there running this many laps. But right now, it looks like King swimmers are both having a little bit of a lead. But again, this is such a long race. You just don't know how it's going until you kind of get a little bit longer into this race.
The 800 is a very different kind of swim to what I'm used to doing, but I can see what Cody's doing right now. He's keeping his fist out to Blake, and that usually means to keep holding that pace. He's going exactly what Cody would like him to be swimming right now, which in just a second I'll be able to tell you guys what that pace is.
He's going to touch the wall.
40-second 50. That's pretty good, especially for somebody like Blake that's swimming this early in the season. Blake is our distance swimmer for the men's as of right now, and a 40.37 is faster than I could ever dream to go in the 800 for a 50.
And on the women's side, we're going to have Kate Prager touching over there in lane number 4, 44.61 on that last 50. Pretty good time for her as well.
Absolutely.
King swimmers both right now have a little bit of a lead. They're going to actually, King swimmer and Medeiros are going to be passing each other right now, just as we saw on the same side for the King swimmer and Prager. So right now, both Emory and Henry swimmers a little bit behind, but again, holding that pace. Coach Skinner kind of telling Blake exactly what he needs to do. If he needs to try to pick it up just a little bit, or if he needs to try to continue to hold that speed. We just saw Coach Skinner hold out 3 fingers and give some sort of sign. How easy is it to see those signs? I know that you don't tend to run those longer races, but are you able to actually see those signals on the sideline?
It's a little bit difficult to sometimes, especially whenever you're not looking for them, if that makes any sort of sense.
Yeah, where your head's sort of placed. If you're looking the right direction, and I know Cody's trying to give it to them when they're looking that way, but sometimes I guess it's pretty easy. You just kind of, sometimes when you do these long swims, I can relate to it as a former marathon runner, that you sort of just space out, and you just, especially in the middle part of a long race, you just kind of keep going, and you just keep putting one arm ahead of the other and kicking until you start seeing certain numbers, and then you start adjusting.
Oh yeah, absolutely. The thing that we're looking for right now on that counter down there is that those 2 red bricks. You'll see 2 red bricks, and that is the last length of the pool that they will be swimming. So if I'm not mistaken, it's 31 should be the red number, if I'm not mistaken in that. I very well could be. But Blake is making excellent time, and so is Kate. I think this is going to be a very impressive finish for both of them, especially this early in the season.
Yeah, one of the things I really appreciate watching both Prager and Medeiros is that you can just look at their face, and to be honest with you, it hasn't changed that much from when they started the race. They just kind of get into this mode. I mean, I feel like I've watched Blake swim this pace for the entire time. It just feels like it's a nice, steady, solid pace, and that's exactly what you want.
Blake and Kate both have this incredible ability to just sort of start somewhere and keep it there until the final 100, 200-ish meters, and then just book it for those last 2, which, like you said, as a former marathon runner, same kind of idea. That distance, you just set a pace and you go and you bury your head until you get there, and then that final little bit, you just stretch it out and go.
Prager about a second within the last time we checked her time, a 44.86 on that last 50. So really just still kind of maintaining that time, maybe dropping off just a slight bit as you can imagine, but not a marginally large amount. So good job of holding her pace. Teammates doing a nice job of helping cheering them on. Medeiros getting the sign down there as we are almost around the halfway mark of this 800-meter freestyle race. Again, in the pool for Emory and Henry is Kate Prager. On the women's side, Jane Wolbert of King University. On the men's side, it's Blake Medeiros and Gideon Bizenheit.
So at ODAX, you actually won't see anyone swimming the 800. You'll see someone swimming the 1,000-yard swim. So the time difference between the 2 events, you had to have some sort of converter because you go up in yardage rather than, going down. So things like this, getting this 800-meter time is very important so we know where Blake is going to be in the future. And you can sort of see his cap starting to fall off on his right side, which is a detriment for most distance swimmers, but Blake normally practices without a cap on, so I'm expecting not a huge change if that decides to slip off.
I mean, it's just one of those other things that you can get. Obviously, he's going to be feeling it a little bit. It's probably not a huge hindrance, but it's just another thing. And when you're doing a punishing race like the 800, you're not really looking for other things to bother you at all.
And it'll almost act for a few seconds as almost like a parachute, and then it'll just fly off. I would put my money on one of these turns here soon. It'll likely disappear.
Would he think about ever taking it off? Would he ever think about, as he makes the turn, maybe using his hand and grabbing it and taking it off?
It would be a very difficult thing to do, though not impossible. It would almost have to be a very fluid motion to do so, and it's officially fallen off now. Ryan Spangler just snatched it out of the pool at the turn down there at the 25 spot.
Well, a very impressive swim right now by King University. Gideon has got a nice little time going right now here, a 36.77. That's a pretty fast time.
Yes.
This late into the race, as he has actually lapped Medeiros at this point. Kate Prager still going strong, but this is the time where you really start to feel it. You really start to feel those pains and just the angst that takes place with a race this long.
Absolutely.
Both of these races right now being dominated by King University. In the women's race, it is Jane Wolbert who actually will be passing Prager here just in a moment, as Gideon of King just touches the wall and heads back again. Another strong time of 36.96 on that 50. Like a machine.
You can see the King coach moving her hands up and down. That's to signify a stronger kick. So you're likely to see him sort of pick up a little bit of pace here right at the 27 mark.
For a swimmer, Braxton, obviously you're trying to build up, but when you're in the middle, you can't really hold back if you got a good time going, can you?
Oh, no. Whenever you get a time set, especially an event like this, whenever you start going, you can't stop. You lose that momentum, you have to restart from somewhere, and it's better just to be in a little bit of pain for those 300 yards, those 300 meters, and then just to deal with it in that last 100.
And there's only so many times you get a chance at qualifying, NCAA qualifying times and things like that. So always trying to put out impressive times. And so, early in the season, normally not the time that you see that, but I know that in the past that you've put down some of your fastest times really early in the season, so it is completely possible.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I've gotten lucky at a few meets and putting down some rather impressive times for myself early on in the season. And that happens.
And you were talking about picking up that kick. Gideon just put a time down at 35.61, so actually faster than he's been going for the last 2 or 3 laps. So they're showing that strong kick that the coach called for.
Absolutely.
Came through, and right now, especially as he knows he's only got a couple more laps to go.
And you'll see Blake come off that wall at a 42.2. An impressive 50, nonetheless.
Exactly. A consistent time. I mean, that's a time that we've been seeing with him. So Medeiros, a nice swim himself here. Bell lap for Gideon of King, as he will make down and back one more time. As you mentioned, those 2 bricks being held down there by his teammate at the end.
Absolutely.
Just making sure, in case he didn't hear the bell, that this is the final lap for him. On the women's side, it is going to be Jane Wolbert, and she will actually be getting the bell here herself in just a moment. Medeiros just still pulling through for Emory Henry here in lane number 1. He'll be touching. He'll have one more down and back to go. And Gideon is about to touches the wall, 9:38.02. An impressive swim for him. And the King swimmer, she is making her way. Wolbert has one more down and back to go after this one, I believe. Shows you how good that Gideon swim was.
A 9:38 for the 800 is a very impressive time.
Medeiros will be coming down to the starting block one more time, and when he heads back down towards his teammate Ryan Spangler, then you'll be seeing those double bricks that you want to see and been dreaming about for the last 9 or 10 minutes. Bell lap here for Wolbert of King. She touches the wall. And I tell you what, you feel like you hear that bell, and all of a sudden you just get a little bit faster, don't you?
It's almost like a quick adrenaline rush. You feel it in your bones. Your whole body just craves to hear that sound.
So here we go. Medeiros will be touching here. Seeing those double bricks himself. He'll be making the flip turn here. But it's going to be in the women's race as we are coming down to our last 25 here. Jane Wolbert of King University getting ready to win the women's 800 freestyle. She'll be breaking 11 minutes in this time, touching the wall here in just a moment. Touches 10:50.27. Medeiros getting ready to touch himself as well. He touches 10:54.60, and Prager will be coming down. She's still going to have One more down and back to go to finish her race, but still looking very solid in her speed right now. Doesn't seem to have dropped off much.
Not at all.
She touches and heads back, and she's going to have 2 more lengths of the pool here, and then she will be finishing this race. Once again, you are listening to the Emory and Henry Sports Network. My name is Brent Treese. I am joined by Braxton Justice as we are here at the King University and Emory and Henry swimming dual meet. And so we are in the middle right now of the 800-meter freestyle. Both the men's and women's team competing together in the pool at this time. One swimmer left in the pool. That is going to be Kate Prager. She's got about half the pool to go. She is going to touch here in just a few seconds. Last stroke, and she touches the wall. 11:55.19 is going to be the time for Kate Prager. So that is the end of the 800. King picks up the win there in both the men's and women's race. And next up is going to be the women's 200-meter freestyle, featuring, once again, 2 King swimmers and 1 Emory and Henry. It's going to be Maddie Matthews in lane 3, Leah Davis in lane 4, and Abby Ermy in lane number 5. Excuse me.
I'm very excited to see how this race goes. If I'm not mistaken, Leah hasn't yet swam the 200 freestyle in this pool, and I'm really looking forward to see what her 200 free time looks like, especially against 2 what I'm going to assume are going to be really fast swimmers that can push each other through this water.
You know, for people that don't know much about swimming, Braxton, how different is each pool? I think people think it's water, it's the same everywhere you go. How different is a pool?
There are surely pools that are faster than others. I have been to 2 pools, one of which in my hometown in Princeton, West Virginia, was not a very fast pool. The water is almost thicker and warmer in some senses. And then you go to somewhere like to these places where the Olympic trials have been held, and pools just feel so fast. The water's crisp, it's clear, it's cold, it's everything you could imagine and want out of a pool.
Well, we are off here in the 200-meter freestyle. 2 King swimmers, 1 Emory and Henry swimmer. It's going to right now be Maddie Matthews of King. She's going to make the turn at first. It's going to be really close there between second and third. But the King swimmer right now has about a full body length lead as she turns back down here to complete the first 50 of this 200-meter freestyle. It's going to be Matthews. She will touch first, and it's going to be Leah Davis of Emory and Henry. She is going to be in second place making the turn. She touches 34.40, 35.15 for Abby Ermy of King University. Maddie Matthews is going to be extending her lead here right now. A really fast swimmer. She makes the turn one more time, but still a battle there for second and third between Ermy and Davis of Emory and Henry.
Really, where I think this race between Leah and sorry, I've blanked on her
Abby
name.
Ermy.
Abby Ermy. Where I think this race is going to come down to is going to be these turns. If you'll watch, Emmy and Abby are coming in very close to these turns, and Leah keeps pulling it out just a little bit in the middle of the pool, but Ermy is just a little bit tighter and faster on those turns, and I think you're going to see that maybe benefit her later on in this race.
It actually looks like Davis might be a little faster in the water, but the turns it might be that Ermy is a little bit faster, so that's going to make a really tight race.
I think that's what you're going to end up seeing here.
It is the King swimmer right now, Maddie Matthews, in the lead right now as she is preparing to touch at the other end here. Good time for her right now of 36.86 for that 50. Good speed there for right now. And it looks like the King swimmer, Ermy, in lane number 5 has taken a little bit of a lead on Davis as she touches. Davis touches. So about a 3-second difference there. They were tight in that last 50, but a little bit of a pull away right there by Ermy. But again, this swim right now is all Maddie Matthews as she has a really healthy lead here in the 200 freestyle. Matthews is preparing to touch. She touches the wall, comes in 2:19.54. It's going to be Ermy with the second place finish as she is just a few meters away. She touches 2:28.48, and it's going to be Leah Davis finishing in third place here in the 200-meter freestyle as she prepares to touch the wall, and she is down at 2:36.88. So King 1-2 in the 200-meter freestyle for the women. Good swims by kind of all there, but it's a really impressive swim by Maddie Matthews.
Absolutely. Yeah, 2:19.54 in a meter pool this early in the season. I'm not entirely sure when King's season ends, but I'm assuming it's still fairly early, especially with COVID that's been going on. That is a very impressive swim, especially this early in the season.
Well, as you can imagine, we just saw the 200-meter freestyle for the women. That means the 200-meter freestyle for the men will be coming up. And we're going to again see, and this is going to kind of be the basic formula that you're going to see. King's a pretty big squad, especially on their men's side. But you're going to see 2 swimmers from King, 1 from Emory and Henry. It's going to be Radu Magdis for King in lane 3, Ryan Spangler for Emory and Henry in lane 4, and Jan Kuljak for King in lane 5. As the swimmers take the block and prepare to get their instructions. Swimmers take their mark, and they're into the pool, and the 200-meter freestyle for the men is underway. Is this an event Ryan really likes, Braxton?
I would say so, yes. The 200 is a very in-between event. It's close to the 500, it's close to the 100, and the way that you swim, it really depends upon the person. And I think you can see several different ways to swim the 200 in this pool right now. In lane 5, you can see somebody who's really got a strong kick through it. They're not taking many breaths through their strokes. It's not much of a gallop. And then you look at somebody like in lane 3, where it's very hard into that gallop. That right hand's coming up high. They're getting a very large breath. And Ryan does a fairly similar thing. Ryan has great turns, which is how he can gallop so well, especially coming off of that wall. He carries a massive amount of momentum. Swimming next to that man in practice coming off of that wall, you can drown yourself if you're not careful.
It's Kuljak in lane 5 for King University with the lead right now. Yeah, you're mentioning this 200-meter. It's not quite a distance race. It's not quite a sprint. It's kind of that middle land, and there's a lot of swimmers that love this distance because you can kind of pace yourself for just a little bit at the beginning and then just hit it hard for the last half or so. And that's kind of what we're seeing right now, though, from Kuljak, though, is that he's kind of just treating it a little bit like a sprint and just hammering it the entire way right now for King University in lane number 5. It's going to be Magdis in lane number 3 for King in second place, and Spangler is going to be third. He is about 2 body lengths behind right now of Magdis for that second spot. But it is Kuljak with a healthy-sized lead here in the 200-meter freestyle for the men. Kuljak just seems to have that kind of floating style that's just really, really pretty to watch. It seems to glide, as you said earlier, as he touches the wall in 2:04.93. Magdis, his teammate, going to touch the wall. Second place, 2:12.91. Spangler of Emory and Henry touches the wall in third place, a time of 2:18.24. (2:04.93) takes the 200-meter freestyle. Emory and Henry's 2:18.24, good enough for third place for Ryan Spangler. Well, Braxton, we're about to have a pool full here for our event number 7. We're going to see our first race that has 5 swimmers in it. It's going to feature 3 King swimmers, 2 Emory and Henry swimmers. It's going to be Michelle Morlock for King in lane 1, Leah Mumpower in lane 2 of Emory and Henry, Samantha Davis of King in lane 3, Amy Humans in lane number 4, and Brooke Williams in lane number 5 for King University.
The 50 freestyle is just a kind of race that the second that you touch the water, it feels like it's over. You know, this is one of the events that I've done since I was a child, and the 50 freestyle never really changes. You start, you turn, and then you finish.
I mean, how big is the start? I mean, it seems like if you get behind, it's really just it's hard to catch up.
If the 50 freestyle is a great example of where perfect swimming should be involved. Maybe not perfect technique, maybe not a perfect start, but if you mess up in any sort of large way, you cannot catch back up to where you should be in your time. It has to be a very consistent race from one to the other.
Swimmers take their mark. A clean start here in the women's 50-meter freestyle. And this one is always a bullet race. It's hard to tell who's leading kind of until they kind of come back to us. With only about 15 meters to go, we'll have a better idea who's leading. Right now, it's a lot of water splashing around. But it looks like in lane number 5, it's going to be Brooke Williams.
It looks to me sort of like Emmy Humans is taking this out. She's first to go through the flags.
Yeah,
lane 3
is going to touch first.
Absolutely.
A big win right there by Emmy Humans. Made some great time there in lane number 4, 29-24. A really, really impressive swim.
Second place in lane 3, we have Samantha Davis with a time of 29.65. That is a time drop according to my heat sheet, which is with a race like that, you can't expect, everybody in that race right there likely drop time. That was a close race. Everybody was going very fast. You could see the white water coming up from their kicks in the back. The 50 freestyle, like I said, is a race that starts and then you just finish. And it is truly a bury the head event.
And third place is going to be Brooke Williams of King. Fourth place is going to go to lane number 1, Michelle Morlock, and lane 2, Leah Mumpire finishes 5th with a time of 31.43. But again, you can see not a big spread there between the 1st and 5th place. Really good swims, and Humans has got to feel really, really good after that one.
If I'm not mistaken, that is the first individual win tonight for Emory and Henry.
That is the first individual win for Emory and Henry. And the next race is going to be a little bit of a heartbreaker, I know, for you. This is the race that you would normally swim, the men's 50-meter freestyle. So we will actually not see an Emory and Henry swimmer in this heat of the men's 50-meter freestyle. It's going to be just 2 King swimmers, Logan Dillo and Ben Ramirez. We might see a third swimmer. It's hard to tell right now. There's someone kind of standing behind the block, but I think we're just going to have the 2.
Absolutely.
So it is going to be Logan Dillo in lane 3, Ben Ramirez of King in lane 4. And I don't care what you say. It's always bragging rights on your team when you're racing your team.
Oh, absolutely. And Ben Ramirez actually has a U.S. Paralympic U.S. record for the Class 9 50-yard freestyle. So I think we're going to see a very impressive swim out of him. And like you said, always have bragging rights over your teammates whenever you can swim against them. It's one of the most fun things to do in swimming, because at this point, they get to race each other, but the most fun part is they get to race the clock.
Well, I would tell everybody you might want to tune in if you're a big Ben Ramirez fan or want to know more about his story. I can see my old friend Heather Williams of WCYB is here covering this race, and I know she had reached out to me about wanting to do a story about Ramirez. So she is here getting a little bit of video for that story, so stay tuned to WCYB to see that. But Ramirez right now with a little bit of a lead, and he will be coming to the board and touching in a time of 28.74. So a good swim for him. A 27.57 is his fastest time, but a 28.74 is still a good swim. 29.52 for Dillo in that swim. So Ramirez puts on a nice show, as you can always expect.
And again, we have 5 people right back into the 50. There's 2 heats of this event. And I'm very excited to see how much white water there will be behind these legs.
Another pool full here. We will have 5 in for heat 2 here of the men's 50-meter freestyle. It's going to be Haken Meyer of King in lane 1, Neil Fredrickson of Emory and Henry in lane 2, Dale Bruce in lane 3 from King, Logan Smith in lane 4, and Maximilian Thomas in lane 5 for King University. So a lot of water about to get splashed around here.
Logan Smith, he is a junior this year. He's our transfer swimmer. He is one of the most impressive freestylers I've seen. He is one of the only people I know of that can go from a 50 to a mile and still compete very well within all of those events. It's a very rare attribute.
The swimmers are going to be taking their mark here. Thanks again to all of our crew here on the Emory Henry screen. We came from basketball straight over here to swimming. Impressive that we were able to get everything broken down and started in time. So kudos to my team as they get here and get everything ready so we can show you all this great 50-meter freestyle. Well, they touch, and it's going to look like it's going to be close between lanes 3 and 5 of King. That's going to be lane 5 right now. That's going to be Maximilian Thomas He's going to be close to having the lead. I think he's going to get the touch. He will. It's going to be lane 5, Maximilian Thomas, 25.50. That's a fast swim. Lane 2, 25.63 is going to be the number 2 place for Dale Bruce. Finishing third is going to be the King Swimmer, 25.81. And that's going to be Hakan Meyer. For Emory and Henry, the fast time there is going to be Logan Smith with a 27.71.
And at 25 in a meter pool, that is flying. That is incredible.
And Neil Fredrickson of Emory and Henry with a 32.92. I don't think Neil swims that race a whole lot, does he?
If I'm not mistaken, no. Neil is a butterfly, if I'm not too much mistaken in that. He's also one of our freshmen. This is his first year at Emory. He's involved in a lot of activities, and he's the band, he swims. He's been having a really good season so far. We've seen a lot of large time drops from him.
It's one of the great things about Division III, and also for those of you that might be worried as we look at making the transition to Division II, it's also one of the things that Division II really values is for people to be able to play their sport and also do lots of other things around campus. That's one thing for all you Emory and Henry alumni out there, or folks that know a lot about Emory and Henry College. That's something that's not going to change as we make hopefully the transition to Division II, and we'll be seeing more teams like King. So it's a good opportunity to see a little bit of maybe what the future competition is going to be like. And right now we're going to take a short break as we are in the middle of a break here, usually about a 5 to 10 minute break, as always seems to take place after the 50-meter freestyle. So we'll be coming back with event number 9, which is going to be the women's 200-meter IM. So we're going to take a break here from the Emory and Henry Aquatic Center, and we will be back here in just a few moments. Well, we are back after a little bit of a break there. You are at the Emory and Henry Aquatic Center. It's the Emory and Henry versus King dual meet here, and we are preparing to come back after a break. What's it like in that break, Braxton? What really kind of is the purpose of these breaks? What happens during those breaks? Obviously, it's a rest period, obviously, but beyond that, what really do you see happening in those from your perspective?
So you'll see a lot of swimmers start to warm up for certain events. Like right now up here we have the 200 IM. So you'll see a lot of swimmers down at the other end of the pool working on open turns, working on turns that they haven't got to do yet. So you'll see a lot of people work on that, sort of cool down in some ways.
So we get another big race here in the women's 200-meter IM. It's going to be 3 Emory and Henry swimmers, 2 King swimmers for the women's race. It's going to be Paige Woodworth of Emory and Henry in lane number 2. It'll be Gwendolyn Hogg in lane number 3, Kat Swigert in lane 4, Ashley Woods of King in lane 5, and Kate Prager of Emory and Henry in lane 6. For people that don't know, talk a little bit about what IM actually is, Braxton.
Gotcha. So the IM is actually the individual medley. So we saw the medley relay earlier, and the individual medley is when one person swims that event. So they're doing the 200 IM. They'll do a 50 of butterfly, a 50 of backstroke, a 50 of breast, and a 50 of freestyle. And all those make up the 200 IM, and it is, in my opinion, one of the most difficult events in swimming, because it takes an incredibly well-rounded swimmer to be able to compete at a collegiate level in the IM. You have to be good at all 4, or at least very proficient in 3 and decent at 1.
Yeah, and it's always hard to know which one is someone's best stroke, so it's hard to tell how they're doing exactly because they can get to that favorite stroke and make up some time. They're on the blocks right now. They are into the pool, and we are off in the women's 200-meter IM.
Speaking in a very generic sense, you'll see a lot of people either pick up yardage or lose yardage on the short axis strokes, which are going to be butterfly and breaststroke, the first and third of the 50s. You'll see a lot of people catch up or slow down then.
It's going to be Ashley Woods of King in lane 5 with a little bit of a lead right now. Kat Swigert in second place from Emory and Henry College. And it will be Ashley Woods touching first for King. Swigert in second place of Emory and Henry. Backstroke is the next stroke.
This is where I expect to see Paige catch up a little bit of time. And admittedly, Kat may lose just a few seconds on this backstroke. Kat's backstroke is not her best stroke.
Swigert still holding on to second place right now, but we're seeing a little bit of a lead right now growing by the King swimmer, Ashley Woods. Woods is probably about 2 body lengths ahead of Swigert right now, and Swigert's got a nice little lead on third. So we'll see once we get into this third stroke if Swigert can make up a little bit of time. This is going to be the breaststroke portion.
And Kat's breaststroke pullouts are likely the longest on the team for both men's and women's. She can catch most people in this pool on just a pullout.
She's making up time right now. She has almost caught the King swimmer, Ashley Woods. Woods is still going to have a little bit of a lead right here, but Kat Swigert has definitely closed the gap right here on the breaststroke. I won't be surprised if they are head-to-head as we get here for the final portion. She might actually take the lead. You can literally see her pulling ahead right now, and Swigert does have the lead here in the third leg of the IM.
And this is the hardest part of the IM, is just holding that lead that you have, or pulling forward on that freestyle if you are a freestyler. And you're likely to see Kat really try to come off this wall with as much momentum as possible and just power into that last 25.
And Woods, you can tell, is a really good freestyle swimmer. I think she's actually going to have the lead there. They're almost going to touch identical. It's really, really close. But Woods seems to have a little bit more of a fluid stroke. You can actually see it pulling away a little bit here. Swigert still holding close, but it is going to be Woods pulling ahead right now as we go to that last little bit. And it's going to be Ashley Woods of King University touching the wall. She hits at 2:44.71. Second place, Kat Swigert, and 2:46.17.
Here you're likely going to see Paige just slowly pass up that. Yeah, there it is right there.
Paige Woodworth is going to have third place, as you can talk about her great freestyle stroke. She touches third place for her 2:59.17. King swimmer, fourth place, 3:01.53.
She caught her, I would say, right in about the halfway mark of that last 25. Paige has an incredible kick. She can turn it on and off, and she can fly on that last 12 and a half.
And finishing in fifth place there is going to be Prager with 3:09.65. And that's a good swim right there by everyone involved. And that's going to be an impressive swim there by Kat Swigert as she hits in second place for that race. Well, we have the next race on our docket is going to be the 200-meter IM for the men. In this race is going to be two King swimmers. We're going to have Gideon Gesundheit. I am so bad with that last name, but that's okay. Second in the lane number 4 is going to be Blake Medeiros of Emory Henry. And Carson Eliason is going to be in lane number 5 for King University. So I'm going to keep calling him Gideon because I just don't want to butcher his last name.
It's the polite. I'm very excited to get to see how fast these guys can push each other in this event.
Well, we saw Medeiros swim the 800. This should be nothing for him. 200-meter IM. The lone Emory Henry swimmer in this event. Swimmers take their mark. And we are off and running. The butterfly going to be the first stroke here. And it's going to be Gideon with the lead from King University in the first 25 here. It's going to be Carson Eliason in second place, Blake Medeiros in third. Gideon will be touching the wall, and he'll be going on to the backstroke.
Jim has always had some very impressive butterflies. There were several people from where I'm from that moved on to college and and they were incredible butterflies. So it does not shock me that somebody's coming at 30.30 off at 50 just to start the 200.
And that's what happens. Some of these places become known for the strokes that they really excel at. The coaches have a specialty in it. They know how to get the most out of those strokes, and that was a good one for King University.
And if you'll watch Blake Medeiros right here, you can see he's inching his way up towards that big lane King swimmer. You can see how much faster his arm pace is compared to the King swimmer. Blake's pace and that backstroke looked impressive. I have no idea how to do it, nor could I ever learn it. But his pace for that backstroke, that 50 backstroke, his arm pace, his turnover rate, insane.
Gideon from King still with the lead here. He's actually probably got about a 10-meter lead or so, it seems like, as we are coming to the end of our third of the 4 strokes. He'll be hitting the freestyle here in just a moment. The wall off into his freestyle 40.97 for that 50. It's going to be Carson Eliason from King touching, and he'll be on to the freestyle swim as Medeiros is cruising in, completing his third stroke here and getting ready to go into the freestyle himself. The King swimmer is on his way back. He's got about 12 meters to go in this final leg of the swim, and it'll be another victory for King in this dual meet as Gideon touches at 2:22.35. The second King swimmer, Carson Eliason, will be getting the second place. He'll be touching here in just a second, 2:33.17. And in third place is going to be Blake Medeiros. He's got about 12 meters to go here in the freestyle stroke. And he is going to be in around 240 meters, so touches the wall, 248.05.
Very impressive times from all 3 of these swimmers. The 200 IM, especially in short course meters, is nothing to be played with. It is a very difficult event.
A seed time of 2:20.92 for Gideon, so that 2:22.35 is a pretty good swim right there as well. This point in the season. And so that's going to move us on to another 200-meter race. This one is going to be the women's 200-meter butterfly. 2 swimmers in this race. It's going to be Steph Danzy from King University, and it's going to be Leah Davis from Emory and Henry College.
this is a race that most swimmers dread. The 200 butterfly is likely the hardest event in swimming. And, some people will disagree with that, and some people will absolutely tip their hat to anybody who can even complete a 200 butterfly legally, and I'm one of those people. And to watch these people that I practice with every day come out here and swim a 200 fly.
What makes it so hard, though?
The 200 fly is an event that takes very good timing and an incredible amount of strength and endurance. The 200 butterfly is by far the most difficult stroke to do. So doing it for its maximum duration for an event is very difficult. And the turns are open, and the underwaters are long. The lungs burn at the end of it. The arms burn, the shoulders burn. Everything is just painful by the end of this race.
Well, we are off in the 200-meter butterfly. Steph Danzy from King University in lane 3. Leah Davis in lane number 4. If you haven't been able to tell, this is going to be a punishing race like many of these swims. And it's also going to be a pretty good race right now, as it looks like both swimmers come not too much of a distance off. It looks like a small lead right now for Danzy of King University as we're completing our first 50.
We were talking sort of earlier on that 800 about different breath counts, right? Whenever Blake was being told that 3 that Cody was holding up, that was Cody telling him to breathe a different pattern. And you may see Cody, or the King coach for that matter, look at their swimmers and give them a new number. And that number will be their breath count. You can see Leah holds her head down once and then comes up for 2 breaths. There's that down head, one up, and this one right here should be down again. And she makes that turn. And that's really the biggest change that you can make during the butterfly is that breath count change. And usually through a 200, that count's going to change slowly throughout the race so that by the end of it, you're not just burying that head and going through, because no one that I've ever met can do a 25 butterfly at the end of a 200 with no breath.
Well, I don't know how your swimming career is going to turn out, but if it ever doesn't turn for you and you want to make a try at broadcasting, just give me a shout, because I'll just sit back and listen to you talk and give our viewers insight all day long. It's a unique opportunity. Still, again, rather see you in the pool, but it's a great opportunity. When I heard that you weren't going to be able to swim, unfortunately, that I knew I wanted to bring you into the broadcast booth to bring in a little bit of that expertise and insight. So we appreciate you being here with us,
absolutely, and it's great to be here. It is nice to kind of sit back and watch what the team can do. I've been out now. This will make Monday of next week will make 2 weeks for me of being out. I've damaged my rotator cuff just a little bit, so I'm sitting out. But to sit back and watch what the team has been doing and how hard they've been working and seeing it come to fruition right here in the water in front of us it's a really sweet feeling.
Well, an update, Steph Danzy pulling away a little bit for King University. Leah Davis from Emory and Henry College is about 20 meters or so behind right now. But again, this is a punishing race, and depending on your pace and the breathing and all the things that go into this, there's a lot of room for error in this that can really slow you down. Danzy getting ready to touch here in a moment as she completes this race, hitting the wall 2:39.55. Good swim by her.
A 2:39.55 is a blistering pace for a 200 fly.
A 2:36.74 seed time for her, so a little bit behind that seed time, but still a good swim. And for Leah Davis, no seed time up to this point, but she's going to complete the race in 2:59.03. So Leah Davis gets second behind Steph Danzy of King University here in the 200-meter butterfly.
And these seed times that we keep talking about, they are likely converted from their best time ever at their championship meet, right? In that sort of fast water that you were talking about earlier. And sadly, the Emory and Henry pool is not the fastest water in the world. No home pool really ever is. And you sort of have these moments where you go 3 seconds, 4 seconds slower than your best time. But with a good taper, with a good distance behind you, that time is absolutely achievable. Up next right here we have the men's 200-meter butterfly. In lane 3 from King we have Dale Bruce. In lane 4 from Emory and Henry we have Logan Smith. And in lane 5 we have Austin Benham from King. Again, this should be a very interesting race. I'm excited to see how fast these guys can push each other through this water. Start off lane 3. The Dale Bruce just has an incredible jump off of that block.
Just really powerful arms. You can just see, really just seems to be slapping the water with just major force. So he makes the turn with a lead early in this race after just one down trip. Dale Bruce, King University, is going to be going into the lead here as he touches, heads back. In second place is going to be Logan Smith of Emory and Henry College, and it's going to be Austin Bynum of King in third place right now. But a nice lead here by Dale Bruce from King University as he makes his way back down one more time.
And you'll see that all the swimmers in this pool, they're coming up at least a body length in front of those flags. And it is because the butterfly is such a punishing stroke. It is better to be under the water just a little bit longer, right? And you'll see just how smooth Dale's butterfly is. He's up, his head comes through, his arms are moving fast, that kicks out of the water. He's got that nice up and down kick, and he's gliding through on those underwaters. And Logan has the exact same thing. Logan is a little bit more shoulder driven. You can see those legs kind of lag behind in that under kick. But again, he's coming up a body length in front of the flags just to sort of keep those shoulders sort of rested up for that next length in the water.
Well, Dale Bruce, of King University with the lead right now. Logan Smith of Emory and Henry in second place. In third place is Austin Bynum from King University. And it's going to be Bruce with the touch, heading back down. I believe one more trip down and back, and he will be complete. Logan Smith of Emory and Henry is currently still in second place. Good size lead for him. Probably has no chance there, of course, of catching Dale Bruce, but still trying to put up a really good time right here as he's got one more down and back to go.
You can see it in his face as he makes that open turn. One of the beautiful parts of open turn is you can see the pain on their face during these kinds of events. And you can see how much higher Logan is coming out of the water in comparison to somebody like Dale. Dale's chin is still rubbing that edge of that water, whereas Logan's, as you will see after this turn right here, his is coming up. You can almost see his collarbone coming out of the water. And that's just how much force Logan can create on that upswing of that stroke.
Dale Bruce finishes first for King University, 2:21.33. It's going to be Logan Smith coming to the finish line here, finishing second for Emory and Henry College. He comes in at 2:42.36. And it will be Bynum from King University with about half of the pool length to go right now, and he will finish in third place for King University. So King University finishes first, 2:21.33. Emory and Henry second, 2:42.36. And the King swimmer third place, 3:01.68 for Austin Bynum. So Dale Bruce with the win, Logan Smith finishing runner-up.
And again, the 2:21, the 2:42, the 3:01, these are all impressive times this early in the season for the kind of swimmers that these guys are. You know, maybe not all of them are actually truly the 200 butterflyer for their team, but because we're at a dual meet, you may see some people swimming events they don't normally swim. That's part of the beauty of these dual meets, is you can sort of test out what you're going to be doing.
How much are they gassing themselves at the end? At the end of the race, is it an empty tank in something like this in a dual meet, Braxton, or is there more that they have to leave because maybe they know they're going to be swimming more events later on?
There are surely events that some people try harder on versus events that you can sort of slack off on, right? Like Logan truly is not our 200 butterflyer, so I assume that he still has a little bit more left in the tank than he would have if he was truly racing that 200 butterfly.
Well, event number 13 is going to bring the women's 100-meter freestyle. 3 swimmers, Jane Wolbert in lane 2 from King University, Paige Woodworth from Emory and Henry in lane 3, and Alexia Autry from King University is going to be in lane number 4. And the swimmers are going to take their mark. Again, if you're watching at home, our Emory and Henry swimmer is going to be in the middle lane of the 3. That's lane number 3. And Paige Woodworth is into the water. and we are off here in the 100-meter freestyle. So it's going to be just 2 quick down and backs for this event. Looks like it's going to be Jane Wolbert from King University with a slight lead over Paige Woodworth here in the first 25.
And the 100 is another event kind of like the 50, right? You have this moment, this first 25, where you just hit the water and it's a solid momentum.
Well, we're actually seeing, if you're paying attention on TV, you'll see Alexia Autry is actually not even doing the freestyle stroke. So really just 2 swimmers here doing the freestyle stroke. And that's going to be Jane Wolbert of King University and Paige Woodworth. As we are on our second and final lap here, just 25 meters to go, and it is Jane Wolbert of King University with a slight lead over Paige Woodworth of Emory and Henry.
And so for those of whom that are watching at home that may not know, during the freestyle event, you can actually do any stroke that you want.
And it's going to be in lane number 2, Jane Wolbert of King University touching first, 1:10.09. Paige Woodworth second, 1:12.93. So a 1:10.09 is a good swim for Jane Wolbert. A 1:08.64 is her seed time. We've talked about those. So she touches just a little bit behind that. And Alexia Autry finishes in 1:25.31. So a little bit over almost 3 seconds difference there between first place and second place for Jane Wolbert and Paige Woodworth in the 100-meter freestyle. Well, we're going to have a second heat of the 100-meter freestyle for the women. This is going to feature 3 King swimmers: Michelle Morlock, Brooke Williams, Emmy Humans is going to be the lone Emory and Henry swimmer, and Maddie Matthews of King University will be in lane number 5. Finishing third in lane number 2 is going to be Brooke Williams, and in fourth place is going to be lane number 3 of Brooke Williams.
And it's always fun to see a race come down to just a fraction of a second, 0.17 seconds to get from third place to fourth place. And, you know, that can be anything from a little bit too much of a turn on a flip turn, too much to the left or to the right, too much of a sort of a slow start, just anything sort of in that.
Well, that was Maddie Matthews actually there with a quick swim where she puts in a 1:02.62. Her seat time was 1:05.98. So a fast time right there from her. And I can tell you that good competition breeds good speed. So when you're racing somebody as fast as Emmy, it's going to help push you a little bit, and it looks like it did in that race. Well, event number 14 is going to be the men's 100-meter freestyle. In lane number 1 from King is going to be Logan Dillo. Lane 2 from Emory and Henry is going to be Neil Fredrickson. Lane number 3, Hakan Meyer from King University. From Emory and Henry, Ryan Spangler will be in lane number 4. And Ben Ramirez from King is going to be in lane number 5.
This should be a very good 100 freestyle. I'm excited to see how much Ryan can hold with Hakan and just see how much he can get up to that 56-second pace in this pool.
Another good start. We're off and in the pool.
And you'll see just how much white water is behind that kick. The 100, just like the 50, is a pure, just driving event.
Two links of the pool is all, 2 back and forth is all that will take for the 100-meter freestyle. And right now in lane number 3, it's going to be Hakan Meyer. It's going to have a lead over Ryan Spangler of Emory and Henry. Meyer touches.
And you'll see Ryan is good at picking up that momentum off that wall. Like I said earlier, he comes in with so much force off that wall. You'll see him bring it back just a little bit, just from how much force he can get off that wall.
Well, I think Hakan Meyer is going to hold on to this race, but I'll tell you what, a nice swim right here by Ryan Spangler. Let's see if he can hold on to second place right now. Got about a body length ahead. Cody telling him to get going, and it is going to be Hakan Meyer of King finishing first in a 58.80. Ryan Spangler finishing second in 102.37. And third place in lane number 5 is going to be Ben Ramirez with a 104.80. In place number 4 is going to be lane number 1, Logan Dillo, and it will be Neil Fredrickson finishing 5th in this heat.
Breaking a minute in a meter pool, especially in the 100 freestyle, is a difficult task to do. And I will say that 102 and that 104, very impressive swims out of both of those swimmers.
58.80 for the victory in the men's 100-meter freestyle. King University picks up that event. So we'll be moving on now to the women's 200-meter backstroke. And this is going to feature, again, 3 swimmers, only one of them being from King, 2 Emory and Henry swimmers. In lane number 2 is going to be Kate Prager of Emory and Henry College. Steph Danzy of King University will be in lane 3, and Leah Davis in lane number 4.
And if I'm not mistaken, this is Leah Davis's main event. She is a backstroker, and if I'm not mistaken, her distance is the 200. So I'm excited to see what comes out of her during this race, because this is our first meet that we've done the B-sided links, which are going to be 200s of strokes.
What's it like when you get to that event that you sort of have been waiting for?
If it's early in the meet, the butterflies can almost get to you a little bit too much, but if it's later in the meet, you almost feel like you're too tired. There is a sort of sweet spot, and you can sort of save up and get ready for that event in some ways, but I feel like Leah's probably very prepared for this event.
Well, the swimmers jump in the pool, and they'll be grabbing onto the bars here as they prepare to get the call to start this 200-meter backstroke race for the women. 3 swimmers again, 2 Emory and Henrys, Kate Prager, Leah Davis, Steph Danzy in the middle from King University, and we are off here in the 200-meter backstroke.
And coming out of lane 3, that King swimmer, she actually didn't grab onto the backstroke holding bars to come off the block. She grabbed onto the wall, which is something that not many people do anymore, but used to be a very common practice. And where I come from, there were several very, very top-tier swimmers that never used the starting handles and only ever used the wall itself to get started, that gutter.
Why, would there be an advantage to that? Is it just maybe what you're used to swimming, what you grew up swimming?
More than likely, it's just probably how she's done it her whole life and just got into that feeling. And really, the backstroke start is a very interesting start. You start in the water, you throw yourself backwards, and you enter in, and immediately you just start kicking. So height and distance are a big play in that. And however you can get that height and distance is just how you should be doing it.
Yeah, I know when I was learning strokes as a young kid, the backstroke is one of those ones that when you kind of get in that groove, it is a fun one to swim. You can kind of just glide across the water. They make it look so effortless, but I can tell you, go jump in your local recreational pool, try to do 200 meters of this and see how your shoulders feel at the end of this one.
8 links of backstroke is a tough event. I will say that the backstroke used to be one of my favorite events to do, and then I ended up swimming here at Emory, and I started to enjoy the freestyle just a little bit more compared to the competition. And the 200 backstroke is a shoulder killer, and it burns the lungs from how long you're spending underneath the water. Backstroke and breaststroke are the two events you spend a lot of time underneath the water just kicking, working on those underwaters.
Steph Danzy of King University with about a half a pool length lead right now over Leah Davis of Emory and Henry College.
One thing that people may not realize, especially if you're just watching this at home, is that lane 3, she is perfectly in the center of the pool, which is a very difficult thing to do. Steph is likely lining herself up on something that is on the ceiling and is following some sort of line to do that. And you'll see Leah, she's hugging the left side of that lane, which is a very common practice during practice swimming so that you don't headbutt into somebody.
We do have, we don't have any real markings on our ceiling here at Emory Henry College, so there's not really a whole lot for them to guide themselves. So really, just using their experience to stay right in the middle of that lane, that's the shortest way to get back and touch.
Absolutely.
She touches for a time right there. Steph Danzy, 2:39.07 for first place for King University. And it is going to be Leah Davis in second place. She is going to touch here in just a second. And she hits the wall at 2:53.77. Kate Prager still out in the pool getting ready about to finish her last 15 meters or so here of this 200-meter backstroke for the women. Steph Danzy of King University, 2:39.07. A 2:53 for Emory and Henry for second place. And Prager will touch at 3:15.22. So that is the end of event number 15, the 200-meter backstroke for the women. That means the 200-meter backstroke for the men will be up next. And as we look over and get a wry smile from Blake Medeiros, a friend of ours here, as he prepares to swim for Emory Henry College against Maximilian Thomas.
This is one of Blake's all-time favorite events. I always talk to him before he swims the backstrokes because it's fun to watch somebody who enjoys to swim what they swim actually get in the water and do it. And like you said, he looks over at us, he gives us a big wave and a big smile, and he's just excited to get in this pool and do this 200 back.
Well, I'll tell you, Braxton, I've told people before that, swimming is one of those things I'm still learning a lot about. And as a full disclosure, we all know each other quite a bit. We're in the same fraternity. I am a Beta Lam. You are a Beta Lam. It seems like every swimmer almost is a Beta Lam. Our sweetheart is a Beta Lam. We have really kind of taken over the pool, and it's been fun to learn a lot about the sport and really cheer you guys on.
Good. I'm glad to hear that. And in a sort of weird way, it has been nice getting to know the outside of the school, even beyond the swim team, through a group like that. And that's one good thing about, how we were talking earlier, D3, D2. You sort of get to have those outside experiences. And as a dual sport athlete, it's really exciting to hear that Emory is going to stick with that idea that you can be more than just one thing on this campus.
Well, we are underway here in the men's 200-meter backstroke. Maximilian Thomas from King University is in lane 3. Blake Medeiros from Emory and Henry is in lane number 4.
And see, like I was saying earlier, Blake's turnover on his arms is just so much faster than the average backstroker. And this is for the 200. He will keep that pop, that quick turnover on his arms this entire race. Granted, it's more than likely that lane 3 has just far more strength in that shoulder. His arms are much longer than Blake's, and that absolutely helps. But Blake's timing on his backstroke, his turn, his slight head bob, you can see him kind of jumping in and out of the water ever so slightly. Everything like that is intentional.
It is Maximilian Thomas of King University right now with the lead for the 200-meter backstroke here. Blake Medeiros in lane 4 for Emory and Henry College. And a nice 35.67 right there by Maximilian in that 50.
That is a very impressive split.
39.53 split there for Medeiros. The King University swimmer Maximilian Thomas is going to touch one more time here. Making his way down. He'll have 2 more lengths of the pool to go here in the 200-meter backstroke. Thomas turns. He is down, and one more down and back. And Medeiros is passing by him here with about 10 meters before he touches for his last down and back. Maximilian Thomas of King University is going to win the 200-meter backstroke, event number 16 here at this dual meet between Emory and Henry College and King University. He will touch the wall at a 2:20.59. Seat time of 2:29.18 shows you a really good swim right there by Maximilian Thomas. Blake Medeiros, about 10 meters here to go for finishing his 200-meter backstroke swim.
I got to wonder if he's thankful that his cap didn't fall off this time.
He did keep his cap on. 2:37.81 for second place here in the 200-meter backstroke. Well, we've just got about 6 more events to go here in this dual meet between King University and Emory and Henry College. Our next event is going to be event number 17. This is going to be a little bit of the longer race here. This is the women's 400-meter freestyle race. In this race, in lane number 2 is going to be Leah Mumpower of Emory and Henry College. Ashley Woods of King University will be in lane 3. Emmy Umans in lane number 4. And Alexia Autry of King University will be in lane 5. And I'm thinking Alexia just got the word that she is going to be in lane number 5 as she sprints down there to take her place.
And that absolutely happens, especially during these dual meets. They can be a little bit chaotic at times, especially if you get out of the water and then hop right back into it. It can be a little confusing.
Well, the first swim meet that we broadcasted, I was off from the first event in terms of who was swimming where.
Really?
So I can only imagine how it is when you're actually wrapped up in watching and cheering on your teammate. I only got paid to do one thing, which was watch the race, and I got lost early, so. Well, we will be having a second break that'll be coming up here shortly. I think we might have this event and one more, and then I think they might go to a break. It'll be the final break. But right now, we are in event 17. This is the 400-meter freestyle. Emory and Henry is in lanes 2 and 4. That'll be Mumpower in 2, Umans in 4. And they are off.
We saw Emmy take the second place in the 100 freestyle and the first place in the 50 freestyle. And this event is a little bit more of a distance event, so I'm not entirely sure if this is one of her specialty events, but I'm excited to see just how fast she can push that girl in lane 3 right next to her. Because if there's one thing that Emmy can do, it's go fast. And I wonder just how fast she's going to take it out and how fast she's going to bring it back in.
Well, this is a long race. You just want to stay on the hip of the other swimmer and make sure you're there as you get down to that last 50 or so meters in the race. Right now it is the King University swimmer Ashley Woods with a slight lead right now over Emmy Umans. This is one of those races where your teammates are down there helping you remind yourself of the count. I know that you're more of a shorter distance race swimmer, Braxton, but how much do you actually are you able to keep count? Are they even worrying about keeping count, or are they just relying on that number they see down there?
Usually that number comes into a big play, right? So they actually have signals, each swimmer does, about what means speed up and what means slow down. So they're absolutely looking to that number. I would say the first few, they're absolutely counting to see what that number is. But then as the race goes on, that number starts to fade into their back of the mind. And then you're looking to see that 13, that red, those 2 red bricks. Those are the numbers that you're really hoping and looking for, so you can pick up that speed and come back through.
Well, it is the King swimmer of Ashley Woods in lane number 3 with just a slight lead over Umans. I would imagine at this point Umans is not really worried right now about where that Ashley Woods has a slight lead. I mean, again, she knows that she's right there. Can you actually feel the swimmer on your side, Braxton?
It depends a lot on the stroke. I feel like with how light these 2 swimmers are actually pushing into the water, probably not. But if somebody was swimming, say, the butterfly next to you during an event like this, you would likely feel that wake that's coming off of them. And really what Emmy's trying to do here, if I could put myself into her shoes, she's really trying to keep just to that girl's heels and sort of keep pace with her, because Emmy can push that last 100, that last 50, and just get lane 3 out of her comfort zone. She can push and try to get Ashley Woods out of her comfort zone just ever so slightly and try to make up that time.
Where's really the best place that a swimmer will see their competition? Like, where at in the pool will humans really be able to get the best view of where exactly Ashley Woods is?
In all honesty, right here, right now. This event, if I'm not mistaken, it is 13, and then 15 would be red. So that 15, instead of there being a number 15 there, that's going to be the 2 red bricks. So you'll see right now that she has pulled ahead. Abby has pulled ahead quite a bit over Emmy, and that's really not to be a surprise at this point. If Abby truly is that 400 swimmer, this is the moment where she shines through.
Yeah, this is stretching that distance out. You become a little bit more of a specialist here, and Ashley Woods of King University is pulling a little bit away right now from UMans. UMans is still kind of in the realm, but it's still looking very strong right now for Ashley Woods as she touches and gets ready to see, stepping up closer to those red bricks in that final lap.
And especially in a moment like this, after Emmy has lost so much ground, it is a moment where you just know, I'm going to swim my own race from this point forward. I'm going to push myself as hard as I can go until I can't anymore.
Well, it looks like she is extending her lead a little bit, is Ashley Woods from King University over Emmy Umans of Emory and Henry College. Bell lap for Ashley Woods of King. She makes the turn and has just the 50 meters to go. She touches in a 37.93 there, a 40.34 for UMan. So you can tell losing a little bit of time right here, but Coach Skinner trying to cheer her on to try to get the last of that little bit.
You'll see Cody, he flails his arms trying to get Emmy to sort of pick up that kick. The first place event is likely lost. She's about 15, 18 meters ahead. However, there still is time to be saved. And in an event like this, whenever you lose that person, it's time to race the clock.
Well, Ashley Woods, 4:58.15 for first place for King University, and it will be Emmy Umans finishing second with a time of 5 minutes, 7 seconds, .84. So Emory and Henry's swimmer finishes second, and it will be in third place, looking like it's going to come down to one of the King swimmers here. Actually, it'll be Leah Mumpower finishing third, She will come in at 5:32.63. So a second and third place finish there for Emory and Henry. And it's going to be Alexia Autry of King finishing in fourth place as she comes to the finish here in just a moment.
The 400 is a very demanding event, and every time that you can put up on that board that's going to be sub 6 minutes is a very difficult time to achieve.
A 5:55.74 there for Alexia Autry for King University. So we will be moving on to the men's 400-meter freestyle. And I think this is what I'm being told is actually going to be the last of the races before we take another break. We're actually going to have two swimmers here. It's going to be in lane number 3, Jan Kuljak, and Logan Smith of Emory and Henry College will be in lane 4. So the King swimmer in lane 3, Emory and Henry in lane 4. Waiting for the swimmers to get out of the pool here. As they climb out, we will get ready to start this men's 400-meter freestyle race. How's Logan feel about the 400 freestyle?
This is one of his better events as far as the freestyle goes. In my mind, especially whenever, Logan and I have talked about swimming, he is surely a mid-distance freestyler, which is admittedly one of the more difficult positions to be in swimming. You'll see he'll come out really hard off this kick, and then he'll just settle into a pace. You'll see him just kind of keep that that big hard stroke, that almost to a gallop sort of cinch. You'll see him come in and out of the water, and he will keep that time, and he'll keep that pace the entire way through.
It's Kuljak from King University with a slight lead here over Logan Smith of Emory Henry College as we complete our first 50 here in the 400-meter freestyle. A 30-30 and a 31-31. You don't see the exact matching numbers like that all the time?
Not really, no. And again, here's another great example of two very different kinds of freestyle being very competitive against each other. You'll see Kuljak has this very smooth, long sort of stroke. You see his arms entering in, and they almost stretch longer in the water for just a split second as he goes through. His kick is constant. But whereas Logan, his is going to be more of a, almost like a 1-2 sort of thing. You'll see his kick has a strong push and a strong push after. It has like a cycle, for the lack of a better word. And that's where that gallop comes from. And you'll see, though these two strokes and these two types of strokes for this freestyle are very different, they're still incredibly competitive so long as you're good at doing one of them.
It's Kuljak from King University with about a 3-length lead right now over Logan Smith from Emory and Henry College here in the 400-meter freestyle. Braxton, you know, this is definitely a different year for everyone, and we're swimming without, crowds here. Talk about what crowds mean to the swimmers when we're in events like this, because a place like here at the Emory Henry Aquatic Center, it is loud.
It can get kind of crazy in here, especially whenever there are massive amounts of people, and missing out on that can be a little saddening at times. But something interesting about swimming is you can't truly hear what's going on in the water all the time. When you do get to hear, it's only for a blip. You can only hear the ambient noise that people are making. So as you come out of the water, you take that breath, you can hear the loud screams, but you can't hear anything specific, which is why Cody does these hand motions rather than saying words. So it is tough not to see your family after a good race. It is tough not to hear a big congratulations or a hug after a best time. But it's for the betterment of the sport, and it's for the safety of the students. And at the end of the day, I'd rather be in the water with nobody watching than out of the water entirely.
Well, we got a lot of great feedback from all the great swim parents out there. I want to say hello to everybody out there that's watching this race. We really appreciate you tuning in. One of the great things about this new streaming software that we've purchased and invested in is that we're able to bring you things like swimming. When the crowds are able to come back, we're hoping to still bring you these kinds of streams for swimming, continue to make it even better and better. We're learning quite a bit as we go along. So really want to thank all the parents out there for tuning in. Thank you for sending your sons and daughters to Emory and Henry College and trusting us here. And hopefully you're enjoying tonight's broadcast. Well, we are in the men's 400-meter freestyle. Two swimmers, Jan Kuljak from King University in the lead right now. Logan Smith from Emory and Henry is in second place. A 34-11 in that last 50 split for Kuljak. A 37-9-1 for Logan Smith.
So you'll see that they're sort of meeting directly in the middle every single 25 here. And that's not really a huge surprise. Kuljak's stroke is just longer. It's likely just more efficient than Logan's is, especially this early in the season. It comes down to just who can glide out a little bit longer. And you see that already, since I've said that, Kuljak has sped up, of course, with the bail. However, his stroke has not started to become more choppy. It's just gotten longer and a little bit, to my mind, a little bit stronger.
A 4:28 seed time for Kuljak. It's going to probably be just a tad bit behind it, but he's going to be really close to that as he comes for his last little bit here. Might actually get it just by a nudge. 4:26.99. Good swim right there from Jan Kuljak. Logan Smith got 25 more meters to go, sees those double bars and turns around underwater and is coming back for his last stretch.
And you'll see just the second that he makes that turn, those red bricks really make all the difference. You can see that pace pick up, those legs get a little bit stronger, and those shoulders that just carry you through to the end. That last 25 is very, very...
4:53.03 there for Logan Smith for second place, but a great swim, 4:26.99. And we're going to get ready to take a 10-minute break. We'll be back with you here in just a few moments. Well, we are back here just to give you an update after break number 2 in the men's dual meet. It is King 106, Emory 30. In the women's, it's King 97 and Emory 43.
Up next, we have the women's 200 breaststroke. In lane 1, we have from Emory Paige Woodworth. In lane 2. In lane 3, we have Abby Erm from King. In lane 4, we have Kat Swigert from Emory. And in lane 5, we have Gwendolyn Hagg from King. One of the most interesting parts of the breaststroke is the underwaters, the breaststroke pullout. And Kat, like I was saying earlier, has a very impressive pullout. She will likely beat every single person in this water in length of pullout.
Well, this is the 200-meter breaststroke. 2 Emory swimmers, 2 King swimmers. And at the end of the first 25, I think it's going to be Swigert with a slight lead over Abby Erm of King University.
And you'll see Kat has a much longer glide during her breaststroke in comparison to Abby Erm, who is really short on her breaststroke. Very quick, rapid-fire breaststroke. Both of these, again, are 2 very different ways to swim this event, but both work very well so long as you can keep up that same pace for the entire length of the race.
A 40.65, a 40.70, I believe, is what it was for second place for Erm. So really tight there after the first 50. Getting ready to complete the halfway point here in a moment as both swimmers come back to the start-finish area. Still about where we started out right now. Looks like Swigert by just a nod over Erm, but it's just barely. It is almost a dead heat right now. I think this one might almost be a dead heat there. Still looks like Swigert might have just the slightest of leads.
And the 200 breaststroke, again, is one of those punishing distance of events. The short axis strokes just take a lot more out of you. You can see that Kat already has, if my angle here is correct, has pretty much come into a tie into this wall with Abby. And it should be interesting to see how much work she can get done on that pullout.
It's going to be, by the way, Paige Woodworth, I believe, for Emory and Henry, is going to be in 4th place right now. And at the touch on this end as we get our last 50 coming up, it is Abby Erm with a slight lead over Kat Swigert.
And here we are right into the last 50 of this event. This is when it all comes down, especially how close these two have been in a race that really shouldn't come down to anything less than a second. You know, this is going to be who wants it more, who has the stronger pullout, who's got the harder kick. This last 25 is going to be very fast.
This is where my heart rate goes up a little bit. It's going to be a race here between Abby Erm and Kat Swigert, and it is close. Braxton, I'm going to stand up. It's going to be really close. Erm by maybe a nod right now, but can Swigert close in with that long reach? And it's going to be close, and it's going to be Erm with a 2:57.87, a 2:57.94. That is about as close as you can get for Kat Swigert.
0.07 of a second. That is nothing. I don't think I've ever seen a 200 breaststroke come down to first second out of a .07. That is nothing.
King University is going to finish in 3rd place there, Gwendolyn Hogg, and then it's going to be Paige Woodworth of Emory and Henry with 4th. She finishes at 3:23.31. Good race there. Hard to imagine anything better than what we just saw right there. One of the best races of the night. And we have just one more individual race, and this is going to be event number 20, the men's 200-meter breaststroke. It's going to be Carson Eliason from King University in lane number 3, Ryan Spangler of Emory and Henry in lane number 4, and Austin Bynum in lane number 5.
This is likely going to be one of the events that Ryan will be swimming at ODAX. So it's going to be really good to see him in full speed going into this event. The breaststroke is a very legs-driven stroke, and you can really see that as they start swimming. You'll see that how much force just comes from the leg drive versus the arm drive, which is almost opposite to the way that most swim events are done.
Well, whatever you got left here is what you try to kick out there as they are into the pool. Carson Eliason is the only swimmer with a seat time here, a 2:43.28 from King University. That's the swimmer in lane number 3, Ryan Spangler, sandwiched between the other King swimmer, Austin Bynum. And it is just a slight lead right now for Carson Eliason over Ryan Spangler. Maybe just about 3/4 of a body length to almost a full body length right now. Eliason will touch first at 39.44. Spangler touches 41.22.
See, each and every single stroke has different ways that it can be done. Here you see just how high that Carson comes out of this water with each breaststroke and how close and down to the water Ryan is for each stroke that he takes. And these are just two different ways to have it done. I will say that every single coach I've ever had believes that the way that Ryan is doing it is just by far more efficient. You're not pulling yourself out of the water all that high. You know, you're keeping yourself low and down close to the water. You don't have to come out that high to get a breath.
Well, a 42.78 in that 50 for Carson Eliason. Spangler touches in a 47.04 for that 50, so we're halfway done here in the men's 200-meter breaststroke.
One of the hard parts about this 200 breaststroke is that glide. You'll see each one of these guys has a different length of how long they're kind of staying paused on that breaststroke. And that's a big thing for this 200 breast, is that it's not just how it is in every other event where it's just kind of rapid going through the motions. The 200 breaststroke, like the 200 butterfly, takes a little bit more thought process into how you're swimming the event. And you'll see just how fast that Carson is coming off of that turn. He has got an incredibly fast turn.
43.25 in that 50. Spangler touches in a 48.75, so about 5 seconds difference there in that 50.
Really, each one of them have been adding on about 1.5 seconds per 50 since we've started this event, which is pretty consistent with what you'll likely see them doing at a championship meet, whether that be at ODAX or the Blue Mountain Conference for King.
Well, we're coming down to about the last 10 meters or so here for Carson Eliason here in the 200-meter breaststroke. He is going to pick up the victory in this event as he touches the wall. 246.88 for the victory for Carson Eliason from King University. Ryan Spangler, about 10 meters or so to go here. He's going to finish in second place for Emory and Henry College. Touches the wall 3:01.01 for second place. One more King swimmer in the pool. Austin Bynum is still in the pool for King University, but once again, Carson Eliason picks up the victory here in event number 20, 246.88. Ryan Spangler finishes second for Emory and Henry College, 3:01.01.
And you'll see the swimmers, shake hands or sort of do some sort of knuckle touch or elbow touch after a race, especially with COVID now going on. It's the way, instead of shaking hands at the end of a game, how swimmers sort of show, that sportsmanship aspect.
Yeah, I do appreciate the sportsmanship that we see here in swimming. 3:44.95.
So that is actually the last individual event for this meet. Next up, we have the women's 200-meter freestyle relay, which means that every single person, of course, will be swimming just the freestyle. In lane 3, we have King. In lane 4, we have Emory and Henry. And in lane 5, we have King. Going back through those again. In lane 3, leading us off, we have Maddie Matthews for King. We have in lane 4, Leah Mumpower from Emory leading us off for this event. And for lane 5, we have Abby Erm leading us off for King in lane 5. You'll see that lane 5 actually is an exhibition event, which means that they gain no points during this race, but they still want to race and get sort of an idea of what their time is going to be like. Just to sort of experiment with different relay leadoffs and sends.
Is that something the coaches have to sort of agree to?
Absolutely. Most of the time it's going to be for the speediness of the meet itself, making sure that a meet doesn't last for hours upon end is an important thing. But whenever, there's just a dual meet with a maximum of 3 lanes going at the same time, so long as it doesn't add an extra heat, likely you won't have any problem with that. And exhibition events and relays are very important.
It's going to be Maddie Matthews in the pool first for King, Leah Mumpower in the pool first for Emory and Henry, and they are off here in the final women's event, the 200-meter freestyle relay. Looks like it's going to be Maddie Matthews of King University making the first 25 turn first. In the exhibition for King, Abby Erm is actually kind of in the second place spot right now. Emory Henry in the third with Leah Mumpower as we have the first touch. Second swimmer is into the pool. That's going to be Samantha Davis for King University. Into the pool for Emory Henry is going to be Paige Woodworth. King looking very strong in this event as they come down, completing the second half of this second swimmer. It's going to be Samantha Davis touching, giving off to Jane Wolbert for King University. For Emory and Henry, it's going to be Paige Woodworth handing off to Kate Prager. Prager into the pool. Jane Wolbert from King University continuing to grow the lead here in lane number 3 of the 200-meter freestyle relay for the women. Wolbert will be swimming the third leg here. Swimming the anchor leg is going to be Steph Danzy for King University, and she is off the block. In lane number 5, it's going to be Alexia Autry handing off to Brooke Williams, and Brooke Williams is into the pool. For Emory and Henry, it's going to be moving from Prager to Kat Swigert, and Swigert is into the pool.
And that anchor position in that relay, that last person that's going into the water, they are most of the time going to be your fastest swimmer for that 50 on the relay. You're going to see them get that extra jump into the water, that extra little bit of space in between the start versus what a normal start would be off the gun. So they're going to have a little bit of time saved off that restart.
And Danzy touches for King, 201.26. It's going to be Brooke Williams touching for King, 207.10. Swigert touches at 211.14. Emory Henry finishes, I guess, technically second in that race, despite the fact that there are 3 teams since one of them is an exhibition.
Exactly. It can be a little confusing at times.
Well, we've got just one more event left, Braxton. This is going to be the men's 200-meter freestyle relay. And my sheet at least shows that 2 exhibitions here.
Yes, that would be Emory's team as well as the lane 5 for King. So the reason why that we kind of set that up like this, I sort of talked to Cody about what the relays would look like before the events actually began, and he decided that it would be more beneficial for us to have points off the individual events rather than points off these relay events, which is absolutely correct in an event like this where you have 2 relay teams that could and likely will go just ever so slightly faster than our own relay. You get 11 points for a first place in a relay and 4 for a second.
Yeah.
So it's worth more to us to have more events in those individual events than it is for us to swim a relay. But here we see we still get to perfectly swim this relay.
Well, swimming for King in lane 3 is going to be Gideon Bidzelt, Jan Kulchak, Radu Magdis, and Dale Bruce. For Emory Henry, it's going to be Neil Fredrickson, Blake Medeiros, Ryan Spangler, Logan Smith. And for King in lane 5, it's going to be Ben Ramirez, Hockenmeyer, Maximilian Thomas, and Carson Eliason. So 3 different lanes being used here, 2 by King, 1 by Emory Henry, sandwiched in the middle. And we are off here for our final event. Swimmers take their mark, and the final event is underway. Men's 200-meter freestyle relay. In the pool first for Emory Henry is Neil Fredrickson. It's Gideon for King in lane 3 and Ben Ramirez for King in lane 5.
You see Gideon with that windmill of arms. His turnover rate on his arms is just incredibly fast.
Gideon will touch first. Into the pool is Jan Kulchak for King. Into the pool in lane 5 is going to be Hockenmeyer. And for Emory Henry, it's going to be Blake Medeiros here in the second 50 leg. Still holding a lead is going to be Kolchak for King in lane 3. Still holding a good, probably 2 body lengths lead over his teammate, Håkan Meyer. Into the pool is now going to be Radu Magdis and Maximilian Thomas for King in lane 5. For Emory and Henry, it's going to be Ryan Spangler waiting at the blocks, waiting for the touch from Medeiros, and he is into the water.
Again, you can kind of already see how this relay is going to pan out, right? You can already see that it's going to be 1-2 King and a third for Emory. And at this point, the guys that are still waiting to go are just deciding it's time to race the clock. It's time to see just how fast we can go. Rather than trying to beat King, we're just going to push ourselves to our maximum for this very final event.
Well, in the anchor leg, it's Dale Bruce in lane 3 for King University, Carson Eliason in lane number 5 for King University, and it will be Logan Smith just now getting in the pool for Emory and Henry College in lane number 4. But cruising to the victory is going to be Dale Bruce for King University, lane number 3, hitting the wall, 1:44.93. The other King swimmer, good swim there at the end for Dale Bruce, touches at 1:47.21. And the Emory and Henry team, last 10 meters here or so, they will touch the wall and hit at 2 minutes, 0.57 there for Logan Smith.
And a 2 minute in this pool means that each person swam just at about a 30-second 50 freestyle, which is a very good time in short course meters. And just really quick, I would just like to thank, all the people that are out here at this meet right now that don't have to be. We have several people currently here timing this event, and I would just really want to thank those of whom that are here doing that, coming out on their Friday night, sort of just to help us out as a team get into what would be, our vibe, our sort of team spirit. And it really helps us out a lot with that.
Well, it's going to be a dual meet victory for both King University over Emory and Henry College, and I want to thank all of you for tuning in. For Braxton Justice, I'm Brent Treesh, and we will see you soon.